Hello, everybody. Nice to have you here. I'm going to take see the stats. And everything looks okay here. Hope everybody's all right. Making sure that everything's okay. Rainy day here in Montreal. Rainy and gray and about 10 Celsius, which is like in the 40s, I guess. It's not the time signal, Kenneth. It's actually my heart monitor. Want to make sure that I stay alive. So if I don't talk for 2 minutes, at least you know that my heart's beating. So a little lower, but it's there. Kind of, there in the background. Nice to have everybody here. So, okay, this looks good. Let's start our streaming, our live show. Live show. Here we go. And that's good. So welcome everybody. This is the Saturday live show for radio. We talk about radio, shortwave radio, all kinds of radios. Radio of every kind. And we are live every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. And we, of course, are here to entertain and share radio with a gang of really, cool enthusiasts that, we say it all the time that there's not a lot of people that we usually know around us that actually are listening to radio together. It's a very solitary hobby, so this is where we all actually get together and talk about radio. In general, my voice is a little scratchy, a mix of leftover influenza and one too many songs at karaoke this week, but it's not too bad. Cheers, usual Belgian beer, and we'll be, of course, having fun with radio tonight. We're going to talk about some more observations I have of the A25 schedule season for shortwave, where there's a lot of stuff that is interesting to monitor. Also, I'm extremely surprised about the clock here that is just so precise. It's been 2 weeks since I haven't touched the clock, and it still is pretty much on dot with the time signal. It hasn't moved. So it's like, whoa, okay. I guess that clock is better than the clocks in our radios in maintaining its time. So really nice to have all of you here. So my name is Gilles, and I am located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, northeast part of North America, and we, of course, are here to have fun. There's a chat room, beautiful chat room with wonderful people. If you wish to join into the conversation, I think we say it all the time. I say it all the time. I think it is definitely the group with the best people around. I mean, respectful of the rules, and just, here to have fun and talk about radio and enjoy good time together. So it's really fun for that. It's really cool to be surrounded by all of you wonderful people that are just great to be with. And when this is all over, well, there's a Facebook group that I will share in the chat. Facebook group is has the same name as the YouTube channel, official SWL channel. It's a private group, so you just go there and answer the few questions that we have, and just continue the conversation there. Lots of people are actually sharing and we're at like 4,100 members, something like that. And there's a lot of people actually posting all sorts of info there and what they're listening to and sharing all details. So it's kind of cool. And I also am a user of the Blue Sky social account if you want to follow me there also. And that is on this profile, 217 followers there right now for me. So lots of ways to continue, being surrounded by radio and radio listening and what people are doing with their own radios. So it's kind of cool. And it's really, really fun to have all of you. And to have a lot of activity of what we're listening to. I guess the big news this week is the official, you can almost say kind of return of English on Radio Nacional Amazônia, Brazil, which is cool. I made a couple of videos, and it's not very long. Unfortunately, it'd be fun it'd be longer, but at least there's a little something there, and you can listen to their little English segment there at 0150 UTC every night on 11780 is the best frequency for me here in Montreal, and it's kind of cool that they've decided to add this little segment. And I think we should write in. I think everybody should write in and say this is so cool. Wish it'd be a little longer. It'd be fun to have it a little longer, but it's kind of cool, So it's really nice to have that transmission now, considering the big numbers of transmitters that suddenly were left off shortwave with the cuts at USEGM. Plus collateral damage of the stations that were renting airtime on those transmitters, and that unfortunately are gone too. Radio Pilipinas, Voice of Thailand, Radio Thailand, stuff like that. I will miss Radio Thailand. It was one of my favorite listens. But hey, we've got to do with the times and what's happening, and do our best to see what's on the air. So, Andrew Ross, nice to have you on board. We have Richard Wagner, nice to have you on board. WA9301 is WL in Northeast Illinois. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Fat Bear, nice to have you on board. And Master Players Radio and Television, Bobby, nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL. Skipwave DX, nice to have you here from the Catskills Mountains of New York. And a rainy day for sure. Jean Arrache, salut, j'espère que tu vas bien, nice to have you on board. Bob's Old Records, nice to have you here. Miguel Molina, nice to have you on board. Mike B, nice to have you here from Bayville, Colorado. Trevor in Kansas. TVDXer, ça va bien, j'espère que ça va bien toi aussi. Chris G7VEO, nice to have you on board from the UK. Mike Hill, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. 54 Cal from Northwest Pennsylvania. WSLI Homebrew, nice to have you here, Bert. Doing more gardening. It's summer-like in Virginia, 89 Fahrenheit. It's summer-like. Here we've had some decent warm afternoons, getting close to the 70-degree mark, but we haven't had. It's been mostly like up and down, warm one day, cold the next. Kenneth KW1161, nice to have you here. Brian Penny, nice to have you on board from Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Tilly up north, nice to have you here from the UK. Panis Push, nice to have you here from Bogota, Colombia. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? YZFR1 Biker, nice to have you on board. Trevor Williams, nice to have you here from the UK. I believe our YZFR1 Biker is in, I believe, Sherbrooke, if I remember well. VT Radio, nice to have you here. Paul from Northern Vermont. Rainy day there too. MP7X, nice to have you here. Dave Vosh, nice to have you on board from Fort Washington, Maryland. Pero Junak, nice to have you here from Detroit, Michigan, W8BBM. Alain en France, F4LDT, nice to have you on board, bienvenue. J'espère que ça va bien dans ton coin de pays et qu'il fait plus beau qu'ici à Montréal. Chuck Davis, nice to have you on board. Please get some shortwave radio stations, no longer trust. We were talking, actually, we will have tomorrow a special edition of the International Radio Report. For those that don't know what that is, me and Sheldon Harvey are co-hosts of the International Radio Report show. It's a show that talks about sorry guys. It's a show that talks about radio. It's every week. We have it on air on CKUT 90.3 FM in Montreal on Sunday morning at 14:30 UTC. But we also have it on YouTube for those that want to see or listen to the show. Tomorrow is a special edition, so here's the link to the YouTube channel for the IRR, the International Radio Report. And we have a reflection tomorrow of, in these times with all that's happening, we miss having Radio Canada International on the air. And we kind of have a conversation about, how quite easy it would be to have a service again using all media. I mean, not just the shortwave media, but also in podcasts and things like that. Because I mean, RCI exists still in a podcast form, but what it actually has on the air is really uninteresting. I mean, you don't want to go back and listen. And we were talking about how it's not that difficult to put back on the air some service, and also how it would be so inexpensive now if we would use some shortwave relays to broadcast. You don't own your own transmitter site. Makes it less expensive to be on the air. You can just pay the airtime and let the technical aspect be there for somebody else, and it would cost pennies to have a Radio Canada International service back on the air. But so we had Wojtek Gwiazda, which is the guy that works at Radio Canada International, but also is on the he has his RCI action committee to try to push towards a new international service for Radio Canada International. And he's got we got him because he actually wrote an article in The Hill, which is a kind of a political view magazine or newspaper in Ottawa. and apparently a lot of political, people, a lot of people in Ottawa are actually reading this. So he thought it would be a good idea to kind of just, put the idea out there of, in these times when we don't know where to turn to, maybe Canada's voice would be a welcome voice on shortwave or on different platforms that are available today, including podcasts, streaming, and so on. So we'll have a special international radio report show tomorrow dedicated to talking about that idea. And it's very interesting. And unfortunately, our hopes are not very high that that could happen. But if you guys miss Radio Canada International, or just listen, it's a great little show that will be on air tomorrow. And of course, during the day, at some point tomorrow, there will be the YouTube version that will be popping up on the channel. And even if you don't listen tomorrow, why not take a listen to our show? And, if you enjoy, you can tune in either live stream from CKUT 90.3 FM. If you live near Montreal or in Montreal, of course, it's on the air on the FM band. 14:30 UTC, 10:30 Eastern Time. And wherever you tune, there's also an archive of the show on CKUT.ca where you can go and download the MP3s. So, listen in. I hope you enjoy the show. We do this every week. The show's been on the air since 1987. Sheldon started that in 1987. I got involved with the show in 2018, or 2017, so should I say, as it was the 30th anniversary of CKUT's start and the International Radio Report show. One of the few shows that are left from the beginnings of CKUT on the FM band. And I got invited at 30th anniversary, and Sheldon kind of just, hinted, well, you're welcome anytime you want to come over to the show. And I guess I kind of, I thought about it for a couple of hours, and then I was like, it could be fun to be on a radio show on the FM band, so kind of a couple of weeks after that, I started being regular every Sunday. Back in the day, we would go into studio on University Street, downtown Montreal, every Sunday morning. And then the pandemic hit. In the pandemic, the studios shut down. We weren't able to go there. So I proposed, because of my technical side, I proposed that maybe we could do it, recorded virtual using Zoom or whatever, and set it into the station for it to be aired on Sunday mornings. And so that's what happened. And since then, we've been actually doing it virtually. So the way it works, for those that are listening and don't know, we're not live on Sunday morning. We are recording the show on Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. Eastern, and I keep it until Saturday evening. So usually I have, like right now, I have the recording in the computer. I will be editing it tonight, and the reason I'm taking that time period is if a late breaking major story happens and we would like to maybe modify the show, well, it would let me actually do it easily, so that if a late breaking news happens, we can, do a quick Zoom on a Saturday night, for example, and I will edit and insert that breaking news and then send the show to CKUT's computers for the so that it plays on the Sunday mornings. RJ Dakota, nice to have you on board from Winsville, Missouri. Cold weather, still above 6 degrees Celsius. Robert Varner, nice to have you here from New Jersey, KC2TEL. Mr. Stonegrove, nice to have you here from Stockholm, Sweden. Spring has almost been canceled today as far as temperatures go. We're supposed to have 2 to 4 inches of snow on Tuesday here. So, winter is still kind of hanging in there. Alain in France says, today really was summer-like in Paris. Cool. Dave, thank you for the donations. And by the way, talking about that, as we have our friend here, if you want to give a little something, you like what I do, you like the fact that I'm here every Saturday, plus the videos that I try to make all week, takes a lot of time, and I'm sure that, a lot of people would miss out if this would not exist anymore. This is kind of my job, basically. So, anything helps also pay for radios, new equipment, because sometimes, computers break down or things need to be changed. So having a fund of that is great. And you can, of course, do it through the super chat here on YouTube, like Dave just did. Or you can also help out if you don't want me to starve to death, because that would be terrible if I would have to starve and not eat anything after the live show. There's what's the pizza fund that also can be through PayPal. And here is the PayPal info for the pizza fund, and this of course helps me. Sorry guys, I'm getting myself a nice big juicy pizza for eating after the live show, and I'm sometimes almost during the live show. It happened a few times. So thanks for the donation. Actually, I've had 2 donations this week. For that, I would need to have my phone handy. I believe Richard Wagner today, and also, I'm trying to remember the name of the other donation, but I'll find it and come back with the name. So thanks so much, guys, for the donations and for helping out. It is much appreciated, and it keeps me going. Okay, what else do we have? Mr. Songrove, warming myself with some Alpha Zeta Amarone wine. The pizza is already gone. Aha. Yeah, you're later in the evening, so the pizza's gone, but you got the wine to keep warm. So, cheers. And in France, the band's recovering now. They were in pretty bad shape today. Especially 10-meter band was dead, as Dorno. In the past 2 weeks, we've been having quite a lot of unsettled conditions. And if I look right now, there's chances of some geomagnetic storming today and tomorrow, actually. K-index right now is at almost 4, so it ain't the best. So we're going to try to do the best that we can. There's also a big shift in propagation. Remember that as we're going into summer, one of the things that is happening is that 10 meters is not as open as it usually is in winter. And this has to do with the extra solar radiation that the ionosphere is getting that doesn't make the 10-meter band work as well. So this is something we started seeing, and I've started seeing a few weeks ago. So hopefully things are going to get better. We are going into, in the northern hemisphere to summer, so I guess we're going to have some interesting nighttime propagation at some point. If the sun can quiet down a little bit, for sure. What else do we have? Dave says on the 3rd at 1327 UT on 9440 was China Radio International broadcasting in Esperanto. Where do they even speak that fell international language attempt? However well thought out it was. Yeah, I remember when that I remember when back in the 80s, there was quite a lot of stations that actually had Esperanto. I guess there's a kind of a few people out there that probably learned it. It's I guess a handful of people that still use it. The idea of an international language is not bad, but I don't know. Why not use a language that's already popular and make it? We often talk about how English is kind of out there. I mean, it's the idea is, like I said, it isn't bad that everybody could understand each other. But yeah, I don't think anyone today is learning Esperanto. It would be kind of weird to do that. But hey, we tried. And it doesn't work always when we try, but yeah, there's not a lot. There's, I think, Radio Romania. I think Radio Romania has Esperanto also. There's a handful of stations, not a lot of them. But yeah, I'd be curious to see how many people are listening to that, if any, for sure. Bobsville Records, I like the music on Radio Nacional in Arizona, so I was listening to it a few days ago. Yeah, the music, Brazilian music is great on that station too. So it's a nice station to listen to. Dave, on the 3rd at 0104, caught a new one for me. Voice of Bebu Bay Radio, fading but listenable on 5050. I don't think that's what you were listening to. 5050 is WRMI usually. So I would, I'm pretty sure that you were listening to WRMI at 01 UT. Because that, unless you can say it was really in some kind of Mandarin or whatever, if it played a lot of music, it's really WRMI is there from 01 to 05 UT. So I would pretty much think that is what you were hearing. Were you able to identify a specific language? Because really WRMI is there from 01 to 05 UT. Kev Michael, nice to have you here from the Pacific Ocean. We have Donna Royal, nice to have you here. WA7330 is WL in Sun City, Arizona. Alain is missing Radio Thailand too. Yep, kind of sad, that one. That one's sad for me. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. LVR Stillworks, nice to have you here. And so super glad to be with the show this Saturday, relaxing at home and with a matching beer. Cool. David Anderson, nice to have you on board. Chris Wick, nice to have you here from Sweden, SM3RWC. Andrew, nice to have you on board. Might disco in a moment, but I'll be home soon to watch. Terrence, nice to have you here. KD2ANN in New Jersey. Blogger Die, finally hooked up on the patio in Central Virginia. Cool, nice to have you here. Nick Hansen, M7NHR in the UK, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael says, was scanning the bands yesterday. was totally dead. Yeah, the bands were not that fantastic. In the past couple of weeks, it's been rough. David Anderson, nice to have you here from Hartford, Connecticut. Blogodice says with me today, QSL DX286, Texan PL330, and Ratty RF760. Took out the QSL DX286 for a spin this week, made a few videos. It had been a while since I'd turned them on and really enjoyed my time, I can tell you that. Andrew PL330 was in the air yesterday from an Onco. Hope it doesn't make a silly detour once they leave the airport. Sean Arash, why is the IRR downloaded so late on Sunday night? If you talk about the YouTube version, it's because the YouTube version needs to be done. So, which means I have to take the time to take the images and everything. So, depending on my schedule, it could be early. It could be, sometimes it is an hour and a half after the live show. But sometimes it'll be when I get time to create the YouTube version to upload it. So it's not always easy. It depends on my schedule and what I have to do. I do have a life outside of radio, believe it or not. So sometimes it takes a little longer for me to get to it. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. Kevin Michael RCI was great in the 80s. Paul Richardson, nice to have you here. Jay Dakota says the Q is amazing for its size, but it's not something simple to use unless you keep the manual close. Oh yeah, definitely. I have the manual in my tablet because it's you have to refer to it regularly, depending on what you want to do. Andy New, nice to have you here. M7CUN in Bristol, UK. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you here from Ontario, Canada. Steve 57 Steve DX, nice to have you on board from Southeast Georgia. Oswald Records, is Sackville transmitter still there? Nope. Sackville transmitters were shut down. Actually, the story is that they tried to sell it to anyone that wanted it, and they never got a response of anybody interested in buying the transmitter site, so they dismantled the whole thing. I believe they left as a, I guess, as a historical part of the area, the small transmitter building, which is still there, but there's no more. There's nothing there anymore. Even the land is now, I don't know, it was sold. It's not part of Radio Canada or the CBC anymore. RJ Dakota would definitely listen to a new RCI. KL61 says, if only Ian McFarland was still around to attach listeners to new CBC broadcasts on WRMI or Channel 292. Yeah, Kevin Michael, there's talk about ending over-the-air TV in my country. They are still looking about ATSC3. It will be bad anywhere. You know, this is something that should never happen. Over-the-air TV needs to stay. I mean, not everybody has the money to pay for cable, and if you have a TV and you want to listen to or watch TV, there should always be TV stations that are over-the-air for free. People don't know it today, and that's the thing. There's not a lot of people, honestly, today doing that. It's not zero, but there isn't that many people doing that. And, people don't know, for the most part, that you can get stations if you plug your rabbit ears on that HD TV that you purchased. It actually will get over-the-air HD channels. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people kind of got into the idea that once TV got into HD, that was not a thing anymore. And of course, the fact that the majority of people today are subscribed to cable TV of some sort, It's part of what's happening. And if you're not subscribed to cable TV, a lot of people, like my nephew, what they do is they just, plug some device. These either use a smart TV or plug some computer on their TV, and they'll stream stuff from the internet. Like I subscribe to the IRR on YouTube. Paul Richardson, I live beside the Sackville transmitter, just an empty building. Yeah, that's what's left. Alain France says now that VOA is gone, use their frequencies. Yeah, China will use them. Sean Arash, there are a lot more things to do with Radio Canada CBC than shortwave. Its internet offer needs to be better compared to Europe. We look greedy. Yeah, RCI, Radio Canada International on the internet is kind of a joke. It's as if nobody wants to put an effort in it. It's weird. Andy News got Weston's Organic Cider. Okay, let's start that again. Weston's Organic Cider tonight, tipple. Cool. John Beckham, Radio Canada was located in Montreal, Canada. Yeah, actually their headquarters is still here. They're in a new building, a new glass building. Yep, everything is still in Montreal. Andy News says, I really miss those shortwave days and great interval signals. Kev Michael, 4835 kHz, shortwave radio, Australia is on in the afternoon. Also old 8KIN FM 10.7 Alice Springs, Northern Territory on 2310. So, Kevin, howdy, nice to have you here. Robert Fletcher, nice to have you here from New Hampshire. Boston Patriot, nice to have you on board from Central Wisconsin. Mr. Phillips, nice to have you on board. The shortwave YouTube boss in the house. Nice to have you here. Yeah, Kenneth, I can't starve. Come on. It's obvious I'm starving all the time by my size. John Beckham, nice to have you here. Some very nice memories of Sweden around Linköping around January 73. Nicole Phillips, nice to have you on board, Nicole. It's nice to have you here from Fleetwood, England. It's sunny spring day here. G6 PGV. By the way, I forgot to mention a little earlier that anybody that donates will be in the next drawing of 2 CIDX memberships, and that should be probably somewhere towards the end of May. We're going to do a drawing of 2 more CIDX memberships, and this is for anybody that has donated a little something. Kamikaze 76, nice to have you here from West Michigan. Craig Martinetti, I misplaced your address. Please email me. I want to make another donation. No problem, Craig. I'll do that. Or if you don't want me to, because sometimes I forget. Actually, I often forget. If you have my email, just send me a little something, a little hello, so that I'll realize and not forget and give you all the details. Bruce Corbett and 9BH, nice to have you on board from windy, wet Southwest Missouri. Jim's radio check. Just gonna go back up here. So Jim's radio check, nice to have you on board. We have William. Why do I hear Radio 1010 in Ottawa here in Virginia on 6070 almost 24 hours a day? 1010 is in Toronto, first of all. And second of all, it's because CFRX has a shortwave relay There used to be a lot of those here in Canada. There used to be one in Vancouver, one in, what was it, Calgary? There was another one. There was here in Montreal, we had CFCX, which was a CFCF 600 outlet. There was, of course, there's Toronto, CFRX. And there was another one out east in the Maritimes, if I'm not mistaken. So there are quite a few of them back in the day. Basically, what these are, it's because there's a lot of workers that come from the south, from like the Toronto area. Same here when CFCX existed. They're kind of transmitting to the northern part of Ontario, kind of, for all the workers that in the summertime would be working up north in all sorts of industries and stuff. So it's a way for them to keep in touch with their home city, basically. CFRX is the only one left on 6070. So this is something interesting as a service. Now, a lot of people are kind of wondering, this is interesting. Why is that there? John Beckham, my friend, says that shortwave, Southwest Missouri around Branson has been getting lots of rain. Yeah, I know that. I've seen that there's a lot of there's like a big line of really bad weather across a big chunk of the United States right now. So be careful if there's anything bad happening. Marty68, nice to have you on board. And Paul is great. He was just in here 2 seconds ago to pee, and he just left. He didn't stay. Maybe he's going to come back a little later, hopefully. SWATCAT's currently studying for the extra class license. Cool. Marty says he's got a cat just like Paul named Leo. I like that. Tilbrook Tim, RCI is a taxpayer funding issue. More people in the government consider public money is not to fund radio broadcasting. No, RCI is not even a funding issue because there's it's the problem with RCI is that when it was sent to Radio Canada International or the CBC to take care of, the CBC didn't want that to happen and wanted to just grab the cash. There would be absolutely no issue in having a funding. I don't think so. It's really a question of there's just no one that is interested. It's very different because RCI didn't cost much already back in the day. It was typically they were saying it was a cup of coffee per Canadian per year. You can't say that that's expensive. It was actually one of the most cost-effective broadcasters around the world. There were broadcasters like Radio Netherlands and the BBC that would send people over here and ask, how can you do such a service with such a small amount of money? And it was very, very efficient in the way they did it. Unfortunately, it's more of a will. It's not even a funding issue. It's really the will of having it come back. Nobody cares. Much more than anything else. Yeah, but NPR is mostly private money. The government isn't giving much on NPR. What it's giving is pennies. So the majority of NPR in the United States is actually private money from companies and donations from users. I'm one of those that donate to NPR. I do it when they have their funding. Once a year, I give a little something to the one here, WVPS in Vermont. Trevor, Radio Romania International was on 11/8/60 at 16 UTC. Their schedule says it meant to be beamed to Israel. I was able to hear it in Kansas. Cool. Old radio's got the transoceanic R7000Y, biggest antenna ever. Cool. Hope you're having fun with that. Kev Michael says in the morning, Japan and Korea in the morning, 7225, NHK General Service. Scotia Radio, nice to have you here from Nova Scotia. Spend the day getting the camper geared up, aka my shack on wheels in the middle of the woods. That's cool. That means no noise, no noise. Old Radio says tuning into ham on a radio with an analog tuner dial is tough. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is. Especially on these older radios. I can tell you that. Bonjour at whoever name that is there. Nice to have you here. Old Radio says, good, I got second most wanted transoceanic. So it's pretty cool. Ron Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. Okay, it was in Chinese, Dave. Okay, then that means you probably got that station. Okay. That's where, having your language, knowing your languages is great, because that's where you understand. You can see, which station am I hearing? Oh, well, if it's in Chinese or whatever language, Asian language, okay, yeah, you got that station. If it was in English, it was WRMI. It's as simple as that. Michael. Can you recommend a good resource for a beginner to learn antenna basics? I'd like to build an antenna with 200 feet of copper wire. There's the ARRL antenna book. That is probably the most complete guide to antennas that you could check out. But if it's just for listening, don't go too complex. You'll be surprised at how a very simple just lay out the wire outdoor is already good. Yeah, Ken Mike, I have at least 5 or 6 QSL cards from Voice of Free China from back in the day. That was a station. It was interesting. One of the first relays through what is today WRMI, they would relay over Okeechobee, Florida on WYFR back in the day. Andy New, thanks for all the good wishes last week for my hospital visit. Waiting for the biopsy results now. Just cross your fingers. It's going to be great. It's going to be positive. You're going to be all right. That also Scotia Radio over the air should exist for public safety reasons too. Absolutely. Mr. Stonegrove, H501 on 9875, which is Voice of Turkey in English. Pretty strong, but a bit wishy-washy. So that is cool. Let me check if we can hear it here. 9875. Am I hearing it here? Something very weak in the noise here. But 31 meter band looks to be quite open though. When we look at the stations here. LBR Steelworks in Chicago, it's the opposite. Over-the-air TVs making a renaissance. The Bulls, Blackhawks, and White Sox all went back to an over-the-air TV provider. Well, that's good. You're gonna laugh, but except this year, usually because the TV in the living room might be used for some other purpose, I usually on the Super Bowl night, I'll watch Super Bowl on my big screen TV that I'm using here, that I'm doing the streaming with. And because it doesn't have cable or anything, I actually just put rabbit ears on that big 55-inch and watched the Super Bowl from, I think it was CTV, that is over the air in Montreal, that has the Super Bowl. So it's like I just watch it through over the air with the rabbit ears on that big screen TV. Works great, actually. Jim's Radio Check says, I pulled out a cheap $15 shortwave radio the other night and it was receiving like gangbusters. J Dakota, I do believe that the airwaves should be free on every medium. Unfortunately, however, the majority of companies believe that they control what they send by copyright. Yeah. Blogger I just hooked up an antenna to my TV a week ago. I was almost hidden in the TV setup. Oh yeah, it's not super clear. Sometimes the way the wording they use is you're not sure if it's that. On this TV, on this TV, when I go here, it says antenna TV, which, what does it mean? I mean, there's like a satellite dish picture on the screen. So imagine people not knowing there's over the air. It's like, oh, that's if you have a satellite dish, because that's what they have, a satellite dish pointed up in the air, and they call it antenna TV. Like, what does that mean? Shane, that is all I watch is over the air TV. I'm not paying for cable and satellite. There's a lot of channels over the air now. Yeah, here in Montreal, last time I scanned, I think there's 2.1, 6.1, 10.1, 12.1, there's 15.1, 17.1, 35.1, and I think there's another one higher. So there's at least 8 channels that you're getting over the air on in Montreal. Jay Wind says HDTV stations using VHF have poor range. The problem with HDTV is that analog TV, when the signal went weaker, what you would have, it would add some noise on the screen and the picture. But you still could, with a rather weak signal, you could still listen in on something that was far away, with a lot of snow in the image. But on HD TV, that's the problem, is that HD digital signals, it's on or off. So if the signal's not good enough, you just lose the picture, or it just freezes, And it's very sensitive to all sorts of effects. So, for example, if here, if I put a rabbit ears, sometimes I have to play with the rabbit ears quite a lot in positioning them in order to get a stable enough signal on that HD signal. Or else, it's all choppy regularly, or it freezes for 2 seconds and it's come back, or it's all pixelated, which is very annoying. And, and honestly, they probably don't care, because for them it's like, oh, they'll see that it's not great, so they're going to go to cable or something. Andrew had to upload groceries. RJ Dakota, most of why USA electronics companies went broke because of simple greed. Oops, I lost it here. Otherwise, companies like Admiral Radio would still be around. Blogger says, I saw the old RCI office in Ottawa. Yeah, they had a receiving station also, that they had back in the day. Kevin Michael can get Canada at night from Vancouver, 730 kilohertz CBU. Scotia Radio, got my CIDX all straightened out. Cool. And talking of CIDX, there's the new CIDX Messenger. I don't have my tablet here. We have a 102-page edition of the Messenger this month. For those that don't know, Canadian International DX Club is a radio club, so you're not subscribing, you're in fact a member of a radio club, and it is a great place to be. We have a monthly Zoom meeting, we have the monthly Messenger bulletin, and it's just a great little publication. If you guys want to have a free sample, if you've never asked for one before, you can ask for a free sample. So you just go to cidxclub.ca. Put the URL here and check it out. And it's inexpensive. It's $10 per year, or $25 for 3 years. So why not check it out? Another thing that I wanted to talk about is the Shortwave Festival, the NASWA SWL Fest. This is also something I will put the link here. So this is coming up April the 25th and 26th. And they've extended the lower price of registration of $15. So you now have, I believe, until the 15th of April to get in for $15 for the virtual event. It's $45 if you want to go in person, and that in-person event, $45. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in-person event. Yeah, $45. And apparently, so they have a maximum of 65 people that can attend in person. They are at 45 people already, so 20 places left. If you go, and don't go there at the last minute, they will not accept you if you get there when the event has started and say, hey, I want to be here. It doesn't work. So the schedule for NASWA event is slowly getting constructed and pretty much there. So there's going to be on the Friday, April 25th, a scanner radio monitoring report. There will be when the internet fails, how radio became our lifeline after Hurricane Helene. This is by Thomas Witherspoon, and this is going to be very interesting. I'm pretty sure. There's going to be medium wave DXing forum. There's going to be introduction to software-defined radios, SDRs. There's going to be the chaos in U.S. international broadcasting, which is now added. And there's the in memoriam for with Sheldon Harvey, that, well, people that have passed away in the hobby in the last year. There's going to be the annual Shortwave Shindig by David Gorin on Saturday. The DX hobby, medium wave shortwave FM as viewed from Europe. And then at 10:30, there's going to be a utility listening for beginners. This is my forum. I'm going to be doing that. So that's going to be interesting. 13:30, pirate and unlicensed shortwave broadcasting report. 1500, there's going to be the wonderful world of Kiwi SDRs. So this is also going to be interesting. And at 16:30, there's going to be the Dummies Guide to Tuning the World 2025 edition. Apart from that, of course, there's the Hospitality Suite, which is going to be, of course, something that the CIDX Club is offering to all the attendees. Sheldon Harvey, me, and probably Mika Dalmage will be taking turns and, making sure that everything goes right. There's going to be some little events, little things in there. We're planning a few little things, in all of that. Maybe even a quiz show for shortwave and for radio in general. Some listening sessions. I'm planning to do a couple of listening sessions together, tune the bands with our radios. So why not join? If you can join in person, the Zoom event is great. You can go in and out of the sessions, go to the hospitality suite and all of that. It's fun. It's actually a lot of fun. So why not join in and have fun with us on the Shortwave Festival, guys. Okay. LBR Steelworks, you should consider doing radio giveaways. $5 entry, put up PL330, 368. It'll net more than cost. Yeah, we can check it out. That could be... I thought about it at some point, but you know what? I got a lot of... a couple of times when I gave away like a raffle thing, like gave away a hardware, a radio, or an SDR. I gave away an SDR once. Got tons of backlash. If people are like, yeah, well, this is for rich people, and it's like, so I don't know. Well, it's definitely something to think about. That's for sure. Blogger I use CFRX a lot for testing radios. Mike says enjoys a CFRX down in Florida. RJ Dakota, CFRX used to be very unique and uncommon station, especially because it was stashed between dozens of other stations. Now the band is almost empty, so it's easy to hear. Yeah, it's easier to hear. Although, you know what? That station, 6070 CFRX, is a great indication for me of my noise level. What I've noticed is that in the past year, when I'm here, 60, 70 it's there, but it's in the noise, it's washed out. Where the year before, it was always just strong enough that it was listenable. And now it's become a station that I only hear when I go out to a park or a place where there's low noise. So I use it as basically as a beacon. I use it as a beacon of my noise floor, basically. The less I hear it, the more I know my noise floor is getting high. It's like, you got to think about it. I'm going to get two new neighbors here. Downstairs from me, and right there behind that wall is another apartment. Right now, who was there has moved. So it's empty for now. They're actually renovating. And the first thing that you think about is, what kind of devices will they bring along that could make my shortwave listening go bad, or my ham radio stuff go bad? It's something you got to think about, because it's like, new neighbors, new noises. Unfortunately. Michael, thanks for the info. Go Michael, 27050 blowing me away again. Mike B, received my Texan PL330 for a non-code this week. I'm enjoying it with my D109WB. I have two shortwave radios now. Is two enough to call it a collection? Yeah, why not? Two. It's a collection of two. Andy New, been looking at videos of the Grundig 3400 Professional, an awesome radio for its time. A lot of Grundig stuff for the time is just crazy amazing. It's just... one place that I had not gone to watch videos for a while this week, and is Mr. Carlson's lab, and all the old stuff and the stuff that he plays with is just amazing. It's like, just, I watch, it's, how geek can you be? You just sit down in front of your big screen TV in the living room, You're watching a movie? No, I'm watching Mr. Carlson's Lab. This is how geeky we are. Kenneth and No Joy for 98.75. And let's, I'm going to just bring up the schedules here, because I want to check out with the schedules. The IBI space has been very, very fast in updating its schedules, which is really cool. So we're at, what, 21 UT right now? What's at 21 UT of interest? Is there anything to tune on this? Could try China radio to Europe. Let's try 11770. China radio. I'm hearing something with a tone, but there's something in French on 11660. 11660. And that is China Radio, 2030 to 2230, from direct from China, from the Kashi transmitter site to South Europe. So I am getting China Radio in French, which indicates that propagation is maybe not too bad tonight, actually, when I see this. Eleven 870 with a very strong signal, which is Vatican Radio in Portuguese. Vatican Radio in Portuguese, very good on 11870 to West Africa. So not too bad. 25 meter band isn't too bad. As we have Andrew, shortwave schedules on Android can sometimes play the station. You can compare. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not available anymore. So it's kind of, and on many devices, it doesn't work anymore, or doesn't work well. John Beckham, the signal strength of 6105 evening in the American East Coast by its strength reminds me of how loud stations were back in the day. Yeah, I mean, it just tells you when all the stations were broadcasting towards us. That station is broadcasting actually to Central South America, but it's close enough that it's just showing us if a station broadcasts towards us. It really comes in very well. Yeah, very powerful signal. Jean-Ash, a lot better watch Super Bowl on the American station if you can receive one over the air. CTV's commercials, yeah. Unfortunately, on HD, I've not been able to get any of the stations from the outside the border. So, might be, did you catch the VOSR international program? Midnight Eastern Standard, 9455, rebroadcast every Saturday at midnight. No, I've seen a lot of reports of people tuning in, but I've not tuned into it. RJ Dakota used to keep a cheap TV in the garage with a converter box. Yeah, I remember. You know, what you remind me of that is, because he says, now I have moved further away and in the valley and don't get anything over the air. That reminds me of the old lady that used to live right here many years ago when they moved from analog television to HD. She didn't have cable. She would watch TV through, rabbit ears, analog TV. And I remember one day when she came up, she said, I'm not getting anything anymore. And I told her, I said, no. She was like 90. I said, yeah, you got to have a converter box if you want to continue, because they've changed how, the signal work. And I remember she told me, do you know where you can get one? And I actually went and purchased one for her and installed it. And she sometimes would come to me and say, why is this image frozen like this? Why is there? And that's not counting the times you had to unplug and plug the box back because it would freeze. And you're like, yeah, this is not the best experience. I can tell you that. Dave says, my local water company did some serious work down the street and at the end erected a tower with some sort of vertical on top. Going to contact them to see if they will tell me the frequency. So I guess when TV was analog back in the day, you see that white noise, according to many research papers I read, that 1% of that noise was left over from the Big Bang. Yeah, it's the same goes true for a radio. There's a small percentage which is the background noise of that, and there's a percentage of it also which is the noise created by the electronics itself, the electrons moving across the circuit. Also, it's just kind of interesting. John Meckham says, really enjoy watching Me TV. Sean Arash, is it still possible with a fishbone antenna and a rotor to get WPTZ, WCAX? If you are using an outdoor antenna, from what I heard on HD TV, you can get those stations still. They will come in. But you need to have an outdoor antenna in order for that to work. But apparently you can. I've never been able or succeeded in that with just a simple rabbit ear. But I'd be curious to try it someday. I've got a very small HD TV here, which is like a 7-inch or something. And sometimes I'm curious if I would go outside. It works. It has a rechargeable battery in it. If I'd go outside in a park or something and see if I can get one of those American signals, those northern New York, Vermont state TV stations. Kevin, yep, the over-the-air TV signals pretty much all come from Montreal here in the where I think all the TV stations are from there now. There used to be a different positioning depending on the stations, but I think they're pretty much all coming from there now. Radio Kid in the US, over-the-air TV antennas have gotten smaller and easier to deal with because of channel frequency packing. Antenna in my attic is much smaller than the one I had on the roof of my mother's house. Mr. Stonegrove, we had problems with 4G and 5G with DVB-T due to them being allowed to be close in frequency without an antenna filter. It wrecked the signal quality in general locations. And there's another thing with that. I've kind of noticed that the general Quality of the receivers on HDTV seems to be down. It's not, when we purchased a good old analog TV, and that was a CRT, back in the 80s or 70s, the tuners were good. The receiver of that TV, the TVs we had were really, really good. Today, it seems like it's the cheapest quality around. So if you put an antenna that's too big, your TV kind of overloads on the strongest TV signals, or maybe even VHF or UHF signals around. So, well, there's Mike B. I don't think there's another Mike B. There's just a Mike B. Kev Michael, remember when we used to DX all over the United States and Latin America during the summer? Yeah. Oh man, the first time I got my real far away TV station, DXing. Oh god, that was the most surprising thing ever. I can tell you. Bob's Old Records used to have a Zenith Transatlantic from the 40s when I started DXing back in the 70s. Best radio I've ever had. Shortwave Signals, nice to have you on board. The BBRSTG, nice to have you here from the rainy northern Vermont Green Mountains. Nice to have you here. Jim's Radio check last minute. They will Meet TV Radio and channels in Chicago. It's interesting. I don't know what Meet TV is. So you guys have some kind of service there, apparently. Kind of interesting. Mike B, a good day. 2 years old, Mike. Okay. What else? Yeah, John Beckham said I like to watch Alfred Hitchcock and Fugitive. Oh boy, these are our old shows. I remember Alfred Hitchcock for me is I remember Sunday evenings. When I was a teenager, I didn't have a bedtime assigned. I was pretty much left alone with my brothers. I was like, we do whatever we want. And the Sunday nights we would have a Alfred Hitchcock hour on one of the local stations here. And me and my brother, even though I had to go to school in the morning, and my brother would have to wake up at like 5 a.m. to go to work, we would just, get in bed and watch the Alfred Hitchcock hour before we go to sleep. And we would be like, super tired in the morning, but every Sunday we would do that. It was every Sunday was that routine. It was great memories. Oh yeah, that I could definitely Scotia Radio. Actually, if I contacted some of the companies, they would probably from time to time be glad to send me, free radios for a giveaway. Absolutely. Old radios, save my money. Swap meets, that's the best place to get some radios that aren't that expensive sometimes. It's surprising what you'll get there. Some are expensive, but some are, some are very decent. Swatcats says he's having potato chips from Frito-Lay's called All Dressed. On the back of the bag it says a Canadian favorite. Is that true? Favorite? I don't know. I never buy that, but it's definitely there with many other flavors. I don't even know if I've ever purchased an all dressed one. I don't even know what it tastes like. I'm more of a barbecue chips type of guy, but yeah, I guess it must be popular because they're selling it everywhere. Kevin Michael have that problem too with noise level. It's bad on some frequencies. Yeah. Boyd Mason Link, nice to have you here. One thing that I noticed today is, and well, not today, I've noticed it a few times. And I noticed it because sometimes I'll go and tune around 25 megahertz to see if the WWV kicks in. And I've noticed that, like right now, it's very quiet. So there's really not a lot of noise from what you see here. But sometimes it's going to be really, really noisy. And it lasts for an hour. And then it goes away. So something intermittent, something around here from time to time probably turns on and gives me that. And it's centered like from about 23 megahertz all the way up to 27 megahertz. But it really seems like 25 megahertz is kind of the spot where the noise is the highest. And this is fairly new. It's kind of been happening maybe for the last 3 months or so. It wasn't there before. Old radios, the BFO-RF gain can be fiddly because you're waiting for the guy talking in hand to say something else so you can fine-tune. Mike Hill logged CFRX 6070 in 1981. The show was called The World at Dawn. Bert says, I worry about new neighbors with new devices that will cause noise, but also light pollution at night for astronomy. Oh, that's for sure. Fortunately, I have quite a few feet distance from potential new neighbors. Here, in the middle of a big city, it's something that you got no control. You have no idea if a new neighbor is going to be, hell on your radio or not. And you hope for the best every time somebody new happens to be in the neighborhood. Christopher, KK7PZA, nice to have you here from Arizona. And ordered the Malahit DSP2 last night. Cool. Sean Beckham, I would give an award to XH Data for their quality small radios with shortwave and NOAA weather bands like the D221. Yeah, definitely. It's very, very surprising what they can do. Magrodai 11660, very strong here in Virginia. Cool, Christopher. You're going to have a lot of fun with that. Scotia Radio, got an email earlier of K-index of 6. Yeah, right now, if I look at the K-index, K-index, and the K-index is a tough one to talk about in general because the K-index can differ from where we are. And the closer to the pole you are, the higher the K-index level can be. So it's not always. So if I look at my area, the southern Quebec and eastern part of Canada area, the last hour K-index is 4. And that's for my part of the world. So, that K-index can be lower if you're south because you're further away from the magnetic poles. If we look at the 2, which englobes the prairies, southern prairies. 4 is also the number right now. If we look more north, let's look at central Auroral, which is like James Bay. Last hour is getting unsettled. It's at 3, so conditions are not too, they're not the best, but not too bad. One of the things that was bad this week also was the there was a solar radiation storm, and that happens from time to time. That a solar flare, even if it's not Earth directed, is going to send protons that will funnel through the poles. And what happens then is that the poles absorb all the frequencies, or a majority of shortwave frequencies. So mid-latitude propagation might be good, but anything that crosses the North Pole or South Pole is absorbed. So stations that come from Asia, for example, suddenly disappear. And we had a few days of that this week. One of the best, honestly, even if you don't like FT8, which is an amateur mode, FT8 has one thing that's pretty good. And it's an indication of propagation conditions. If I turn on my ham gear, my software, and I see no exotic stations on FT8, propagation is not good. And I did that a few times this week, and it was like, okay, I guess nothing much is happening in the bands right now. Mr. Strongrove 11660, very strong. John Beckham 11780 coming in Northeast Florida. That is Brazil. Okay, Michael Gilles, it's a real bummer. I can't get those channels. European stations don't make it here. In California, no problem. East Africa. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a change in propagation depending on where we live. Absolutely. Absolutely. What else do we have? Ken Michael should be able to get Buffalo, New York from the area. Yeah. Yeah. Andrew, debating the Yaesu VX6R to do it all for hikes, or should I cry once and go for the Yaesu FT5DR ICOM ID 52 or other? So that will be a question for much more. So Yaesu VX6R, let's check that out. I just want curious to see what Yaesu VX6R. Okay, so ultra rugged, $2 meters, 70 centimeters, and even the 220 megahertz bands. And okay, monitoring covers from 504 kilohertz to 9998 megahertz. Okay, and receive. Okay, that's interesting. And the other one you mentioned, FT5DR. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, it's got C4 FM mode. Okay. It's got 2 meters, 70 centimeters, dual band, 5 watts, C4 FM. Okay. That's interesting. You know, what's stuff with these radios? It's like these transceivers are like buying a scanner radio. There are, even Yaesu and ICOM, all the companies have these, what I call kind of junky versions of radios that aren't that great. And what happens is that when you buy one, unless you see reviews of people that actually use it and tell you the performance, it's not always the best performance. So it's difficult sometimes to get a great idea, a better idea of, what, should I get that or not? Okay, what else do we have? Rock and rods in Plattsburgh when you rotate your HDTV antenna north. So I guess, okay. Yeah, because, here in Montreal, rock and rod, when we would, on analog days, when we would play with the antennas, we would get, the WCAX channel 3, WPTZ channel 5. We'd get channel 22, 33. And I would guess maybe if the antenna is good enough, maybe on HD, it would be possible to get some of these stations. So, BBRSTG says WCX, WPTZ signals are coming from Mount Mansfield and under Vermont. I would think with an outdoor antenna, you could pick them up. Each network has a bunch of sub-channels as well. Yeah, I would have to play with that. I don't know. I don't want to invest in a TV antenna, but then again, maybe I could have some not too expensive TV antenna that I could, like, when it's nice outside, like put out on the balcony or something, pointed towards the south and see what my HDTV can bring in. It'd be kind of interesting. The worst part of our cable TV here in Montreal is that when cable TV started being popular, all of these US channels were, part of the deal. We didn't have to choose. Everybody had those. And I noticed while I was looking at my list of channels I've got here, I noticed that now every freaking channel is extra. You want to have WCX, WPTZ on cable, which, was always a standard before. No, now you got to pay extra. It's like, what is this? I pay extra for everything now? It's just crazy. Kenneth, good evening, Jill. I love Alfred. Yeah, I'm going to make you laugh, Kenneth. The other day I was doing something and I had my lighting here open, and through the wall there, as I was standing up, because of my belly, I just looked and I was like, wow, that looks like the Alfred Hitchcock hammer starting. Timothy Gunter, nice to have you here. Kevin Michael says remembers his first DX on TV was XETV, channel 6 Tijuana, Mexico. Yeah. First time it ever happened for me, and I still will remember it for the rest of my life. Hot summer day. I put up the black and white TV on the kitchen table, and I have this funky wire. I mean, it's not even rabbit ears. Like this funky wire that I just play with. And there's something on channel 4. And there was never anything on channel 4 usually because there was nothing close. There was a channel 4 in Quebec City, but I would never get that in Montreal. Now there was something, and it was in English, and it was Jeopardy playing. And I was like, what's that? I've never seen a TV station there before. And I think I spent 2 hours before I got an idea, and that's where I saw an idea from Dothan, Alabama. And I was like, what? This is channel 4 from Alabama? Are you kidding me? I just remembered that there was a Jeopardy, and then there was like a couple of game shows, one after the other. And man, was I all excited. I just got a TV station from Alabama. Are you really freaking serious? I just couldn't believe it. It's just crazy. Timothy Gunter, XEG 1050 from Monterrey, Mexico, could really come really clear at night. Kathy says, as a kid watching TV and my grandparents, they lived on a main road. CBers would go by, could hear them come through TV. I thought it was magic. Yeah, especially, if you were close like to channel 2, because the channel 2, and this is what a problem here in Montreal for the CBC, the Radio-Canada French service. Channel 2 is around 54 megahertz. And 54 megahertz is the second harmonic of CB frequency, because it's 27 megahertz. 27 times 2 is 54. So, they would transmit, and their harmonic of that transmission would get through channel 2. And sometimes it would just, there was one guy that lived on the street. He was like, I don't know, he was maybe in his 30s, and he was maybe 4 or 5 houses down for where I lived with my parents. And at night when we start going through the CB channels, it was like, just forget watching CBC Radio-Canada. He was just interfering with that. It interfered to a point where even my father would actually go over to his place and said he got to shut up at one point. I was like, okay, this doesn't look good. But, oh man. Dostin Love says, almost sounds like solar noise. Yeah, but I don't think it is. I think it's local. And who knows, maybe I should investigate more. Do I have it only in the daytime? That would tell me. If I have it only in the daytime, but it I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess. Scotia Radio, aside from the MLA30 Plus, any recommendations of a good loop, portable loop for receiving, wanting to upgrade to a better loop budget, around 500? Honestly, a loop for 500, you're wasting your money. That's my opinion. If the MLA30 doesn't give you much performance or the performance you want, I got W6LVP here that I don't even use now, and it's not better, and that thing costs $300 with the filters and everything. It's $350, $400, and I'm not impressed. I think the biggest recommendation I will have to anybody that says, what better antenna should I get or could I get? I would answer back, find your DX spot where you can go to and bring portable radios or radios with you, and go to a spot where there's lower noise, not trying to build or have a better antenna in what is maybe a noisy environment that's preventing you from receiving stuff anyways. That's where you gotta think about all of that. If it's noisy around you, even if you'd pay $1,000 for the antenna, it won't change anything. Just radio check XH Data website as the D808 for $69. That's decent price, honestly. Decent price. Toasted Law 58 and Whisper WSPR. Yeah, Whisper is also good for that too. Definitely. Okay, what else do we have here? Cyber Root Law. Thank you. About my PL990X based on your YouTube reviews. I'm very satisfied. Cool. Have fun. It's a great little radio. Jeff K and 2ZNN. Nice to have you here from New Jersey. So it's time to buy the D808. It's time to buy the D808. Jeff K, time to stream, cut the cable. Kiss your radio. The encrypt QAM in my area, so leakage from the coax and the poles are useless. Yeah, old radios. A lot of the old radios, tube radios of the day, have very, very long antennas. Back in the day, it cost nothing to make them, so hey, let's make it as long as possible. And that's pretty much what it was the deal. Today they don't make it too long because it's like, first of all, they can't make it too long because the radios are so small. They can't put a lot of metal in it to make it long. And second, they want to save money. Mad Reader DXer, nice to have you on board. Hope you are well, my friend. I can, as long as you don't start hearing the music. Oh God, yeah, that would be. Blogger, I think Spain on 15390. Let's see here. Oh, look at that. From 0, when I tuned in, it was in there like, what, 10 minutes ago? Now WWV is super strong on 25 megahertz. S9 Plus. We'll be able to check the clock with it too. It's going to be 2147 UT.
At the tone, 21 hours, 47 minutes, Coordinated Universal Time.
That is pretty precise for a clock. So WWV very, very strong suddenly. And so 15390. Oh wow, we got something, but it's very, very weak here. Got something very, very weak on 15390. 15390. Which should be technically Spain. And are they using 15.5? It's interesting because we have 520. So this is Spain on 15.520, which isn't that great tonight. They are supposed to be using 15.500 for North America. And all through the week this week, 15.500 wasn't there. I was listening to 15.520 to get it. And there's 17.715 we can try. 17.715. So that's also not the greatest signal I've seen this week, but Spain 15.520 and 17.715, not too bad. Kevin Michael, I agree 100%. Cable is ridiculous. Remember when WGN9 Chicago, Illinois used to be on cable, now it's extra cost. Yeah, this is dumb. Sean Ash, about cable TV, I remember when the providers were mandated by law to offer whatever was available over the air. That included an American signal. The RTC probably changed that requirement. Yeah, I would guess. You know, it's like the war between Bell and Videotron here in Quebec. So I'm on Videotron, which is a pretty much Quebecois cable company. And, of course, rest of Canada has Bell and Rogers that offer cable. But there are stations, like extra stations you can pay for. One of the networks or the stations is Crave TV. And at one point I was interested in that, but because there's a dispute between Bell and Videotron, I can't have the French language Crave. And it's like, what? What do you mean? It's like, because you guys can't get along, it's not available. I only have the English version. Now, for me, it's not a problem. But I'm not the only one watching TV. And that's where it's a problem. So it's like, okay. I don't know. Ken Michael says, I got CBUT Vancouver, BC, Canada, and San Pedro, California. Wow. It's pretty cool. In the summer of 1990s. Skillshare Radio, I've been hearing CB all the way down in Florida and over Arkansas. Yeah, it is a world of entertainment in its own, absolutely. John Beckham says, Dothan, Alabama is a neat little town in southeast Alabama. Dothan is like driving around a big circle. Lagardai, some MLE 30 plus are fakes. Yeah, you got to be careful with that, that's for sure. There's some MLE 30 pluses that are like not the best. You know, it's like everything in life. As I remember when my parents got cable TV. I mean, oh man, that was, I think, the most exciting thing in the world. I was the only kid that had cable TV. So now many of my friends actually were like, "Hey, can we go watch TV at your home, or can we go watch the cartoons?" And I don't know how there was some excitement, but related to how it works, and just like radio, it's like it was like, oh, look at that, we've got a cable, and you guys remember that. I don't know how many people, if you guys in the United States had that thing, the Gerald channel changer, which like these brown keys that was like cluck, 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 with a little slider for like 3 levels of channels. Oh man, that thing with like 100 feet of wire to it to try to make it like it's a remote control. And of course, that thing flew across the room so many times because we just like kicked it around with our feet or something. And that was something. That thing was rock solid. I mean, we flew it in the air so many times and it still was working fine. Oh, God. UTV and Ham, KD9 WNV. Nice to have you here from Wisconsin. Michael, the bands just went in right now. The whole top of 10 meter band, 11 meter band is out. So there could have been a solar flare, maybe. Hey, Matt, MDK2, nice to have you on board, my friend, from Colorado. Podcast says, no TV, no cable, but only internet and my 64 radios. That's fine. We don't need necessarily. I would actually, if I would be totally alone, I would be removing cable TV, honestly. Trevor, where's the digital clock from? I bought it on Amazon. It's adjustable in all sorts of colors that you want. I put it in the changing multicolor mode, but it can be in a specific color that you want. It's an RGB clock. It's a pretty big clock. It's like 17 inches. It's really nice. I really enjoy it. John Beckham always enjoys a little WWV, a daily WWV. Jeff K, yeah, USAGM, all the frequencies of Voice of America are off, and a big chunk of other types of frequencies too, from different organizations. John Beckham, sunspot activity sounds to be lower reception levels. I'm not sure what you mean. If solar activity is lower than it used to be. The thing is higher solar activity always makes for some changing propagation a lot, because there's so many things on high solar activity that could happen that could change propagation in an instant. So if you have high solar activity, well, you have higher chances of maybe a solar flare. Then there's a radio blackout. That also increases the chance of a geomagnetic storm. But in between, when that doesn't happen, and solar activity is high but quiet, you have amazing reception of the higher frequencies. It's a very complex thing, and there's a lot happening. So high solar activity is great, especially for the higher frequencies. But it's not always great, because there's also a lot of other stuff that can happen and change propagation. What else do we have? Okay. Matt says, I haven't copied Spain on 15500 at all. I did on the first 2 days of the new schedule season. They were on, and they were very, very good. And since the first 2 days are gone, it's not there. I am guessing that one of their transmitters has a problem. MDK2 says 17715 is the best RE frequency where I am for the past week, including today. AdaKid 17715, so in DC area. Yeah, it's not the best tonight. It's usually better than that most of the time. Although it's a little stronger now. So that's Spain. Okay, Michael, in the 70s, remember when I first saw cable? Yes, the Gerald box, I remember that. Rock and Rod, I plugged in a quality external speaker to the S2200X, unbelievable improvement in listening experience. Cool. Cool. Jim's Radio Check, remember getting cable vision and it had channel A through F. Do you need an account to buy on Amazon? I do believe that you need an account to buy on Amazon, yes. KW61, how come with all my radios tuned to CHU and WWE, I'm still not on time? Because you forgot to do the translation to your local time, that's why. Oh, man. Hey, kid says my heat pump also wipe out higher frequency bands. Yeah. There's a lot of devices like that that actually do crappy jobs in noise. 22 UT now. I believe there is. When is Voice of Turkey? Turkey, yeah, 22. 11785. Let's check it out. Yeah. Voice of Turkey. 11785.
You can listen to us over the TubeSat 3A and 4A satellites and on the internet at www.trtinle.com through Radios link and under the VOT Radios expandable section. Our email address is englishdesk@trt.net.tr.
There you go, Kenneth. It's simple. Why am I never on time on my appointments? Mike Lochner in the UTC. Hank Parr, nice to have you on board. So, Voice of Turkey.
Israel expands ground invasion in Gaza. Israel has announced the launch of a new ground invasion in Gaza with rescue.
I will leave you with the sounds of Voice of Turkey while I go pee. And remember, I'm here every Saturday. I do these live shows. Lots of fun being here. Don't forget, you can leave a super chat donation if you wish. Helps me out tremendously in the live shows and everything. There's also the pizza fund that is going on through PayPal. So if you don't want me to starve to death, and if you like what I do and want me to continue, I say it often, not always for the same people, to donate. It is much appreciated. Helps me buy new radios, equipment, keep stuff updated, make sure I'm here all the time. So thanks for your generosity. either through the super chat here or the PayPal donations. So I will leave you with Voice of Turkey for a few minutes and go and see if I'm a little man.
And policies seen as anti-immigrant and harmful to the environment and democracy. And moving on, China strikes back at Trump with its own tariffs. China has set a 34% tariffs on all imports of U.S. goods from April 10 after Washington imposed steep new levies on Chinese products, doubling countermeasures to protect its rights and interests. Beijing's Commerce Ministry also imposed export controls on 7 rare earth elements, including gadolinium and yttrium, which is used in consumer electronics. China will also file a lawsuit with the World Trade Organization over tariffs, the ministry said. And Russia's strike kills 14 in Ukrainian leader's home city. A Russian ballistic missile strike on Volodymyr Zelensky's home city of Lviv has killed 14 people, including 6 children, the Ukrainian leader said. The missile struck at a residential area near a children's playground, wounded more than 50 people, according to the head of the city's military administration. Regional governor said the number of reported casualties was constantly increasing, and the news will continue shortly after this break.
Events continues on the English language broadcast of the Voice of CIX.
U.S. National Security Agency Chief and Deputy fired. The head of the U.S. Secretive Intelligence Body and the U.S. National Security Agency and his deputy were fired on Thursday, U.S. media reported. The Washington Post cited U.S. officials who said the General Timothy Holt was fired after a little over a year in the job. Officials did not give a reason for Holt to remain with the Post added. Holt was also serving as head of the U.S. Cyber Command, the Pentagon's cyber warfare conducts offensive and defensive cyber operations. Deputy NSA Wendy Largo was also fired and reassigned to another job at the Pentagon, the Post said. The National Security Agency is the U.S. government's largest and most secretive signals intelligence agency. The Pentagon did not immediately respond to AFP's request for a comment. Holt, who was appointed in February 2024, previously held a string of high-profile government cybersecurity roles, including commander of the elite Cyber National Mission Force. Reacting to the news, Democratic Congressman Jim Hines said he was deeply disturbed by Holt's statement. I have known General Holt to be an honest and forthright leader who followed the law and good national security force, he said in a statement posted on it. U.S. President Donald Trump has led a major shakeup of the armed forces leadership since taking office in January. Trump fired top U.S. officials. Again, Trump fired top U.S. military officer General Charles C. Joe Brown in February, offering no explanation for Brown's dismissal less than 2 years into his 4-year term as chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff. His administration is presiding over sweeping layoffs of federal workers and moves to dismantle government institutions just months into his second term. U.S. Cyber Command Deputy Commander William J. Hartman and NSA Executive Director Sheila Thomas have been named acting NSA Chief and Deputy to Post report. And in related news, the economy, Turkish leader Erdogan expects France to turn positive rhetoric into action amid U.S. tariff issues. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has announced that no date has been set for a potential visit to the United States, but has indicated ongoing dialogue between the two countries, particularly on economic matters such as tax regulations. Speaking to journalists in Istanbul on Friday, President Erdogan noted that the timing for a possible working visit to Washington has yet to be finalized. The exact time when the Turkish side will pay a working visit to the U.S. has not been determined, he said. Despite the uncertainty of the visit, Erdogan signaled that minister-level contacts between the two countries will continue in the meantime. However, in the meantime, both Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan and Trade Minister Ahmed Borat had meetings or travel plans related to the US, he said. There are three discussions to touch on the recently raised issue of tax regulation, which UNCTAD is a critical component of deepening economic ties with Washington. He expressed cautious optimism about the current state of US-Turkey relations. We hope to see the positive approach they are considering towards Turkey as turning to concrete action, everyone stated, signaling Ankara's desire for roads to be followed.
It's a pretty good signal, voice of Turkey. Pretty good signal. And here we go. Checking out. I was trying to find my phone, which I don't find, which is, I don't know, somewhere. Because I wanted to see if I got emails from anyone. But anyways, I'll check on the PC. John Beckham says 11785, making it into Northeast Florida. Old Radio's getting it. Kevin Michael has 17880, NHK General, Tokyo, Japan. Matt, nothing much on 11785 in Colorado. What else? Not much. So, shortcuts. The K index was introduced by Julius Bartels in 1939. That's interesting. I never read about who introduced like the solar flux and stuff like that. It could be some interesting reading. Dawson Love 11785, good signal in Alabama. Old Radio's getting Turkey on the Zenith. That's cool. Radio Kit 2200 UT time for another ETM scan. Take care, UTV and Ham. Timothy Gunter says I would get Turkey walking in the park, not at home. That is the sad part of, because we want to listen to shortwave in our little cozy homes and little, favorite spots. But sometimes we have to, unfortunately, go somewhere else to do some decent radio listening. Bert WF7I Bruce says, for the guy asking for the VX6R Yaesu, I own one for a few years. It has been great for VHF, UHF, but HF general coverage reception is poor. Blogger artifact of Radio Exterior de España on DX286 on 2485 with a 20 feet antenna. Aha. John Vargas, nice to have you here. Just ready to check. Here's a different channel, 11785. Remember that it's very close to 11780. So you might be, depending on where you are, you might be getting 11780 Brazil overpowering Turkey on 11785, depending on the radio you're using. Kevin, our newly retired man, welcome aboard LWS2H 9740, Radio Romania English strong now. Radio Romania, coming in well, 9740.
Spending 5% of GDP on defense. The meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council also took place at the ministerial meeting in Brussels. Allies remain committed to providing all possible assistance to Kiev to strengthen its position vis-à-vis Moscow and achieve a lasting peace. At a press conference on the eve of the two-day meeting in Brussels, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte welcomed the alliance's efforts to bring about a just and lasting end to the war in Ukraine.
So good signal off of Romania English, as Kevin has pointed out. Ken Michael, 17560, Channel Radio, Japanese right now. John Beckham's radio of choice is the R108. That's great. Great little radio, honestly. I haven't taken mine out for a while. I need to make videos this week with it. The PBRSTG, okay. What else do we have? Let's go down, Okay. Radio Kid is getting Romania. Tostin Low, I haven't used the ETM scan yet on my PL330. Oh, it's a good radio for that. The ETM scan is really, really nice. It's definitely a radio to get that. And here we go. What else? Let me check any pirates, anything. I'm going to check HF Underground. And we are going to check it out. Okay. Check it out here. Okay. Sorry, guys. By the way, I want to thank Bert, WF7I, Nicole Phillips, and Blogger Kevin Davidson for their contribution to the pizza fund. It is much appreciated. Much appreciated. And HF Underground. See what's up there. Any pirates on right now at 22? Nothing for now. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for any other transmissions. And what else do we have? Sean Dwyer, for low noise antenna, I'm building a loop on the ground. Looks promising and it's cheap. It's directional and on the ground, so easy to install and play with. Much smaller than a beverage. Well, give us details on that when you have it all done and tested. Be interesting to see the results. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. John Beckham, the Ceodon R108. So, pretty much same company, so, you know. What do we have? David in Barcelona, Spain. Welcome aboard. ¿Cómo está mi amigo? Nice to have you here. Kev Michael says 11780, making it here. Kevin, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. And nice to have you on board as usual. So, pretty cool. Plug and Ice says, I think the R108 is a good value. Yeah, it is. Honestly, I'll buy a pizza, Kevin. Don't worry. But the R108 definitely for the price is pretty surprising. Even its audio is kind of surprising. Not as good as the 109 the 109 WB from XH Data. That one has a surprising audio quality for what it is. It's just amazing. Dustin Love, all you got to do is press that ETM button, hold it until it starts scanning, and once it stops scanning, just tune the tuning knob to get on the different channels. It's going to be perfect. So, Coco says, made my first HF contact this past week was an Ontario station, hooked instantly. That is the way it is. You just make a contact and it's like, wow, this is so cool, and I want to make more. And it's the way it is. And so, welcome aboard, and hope you have fun. Okay. Two Broke Tim is the air show. Do I use .8 or .9? What do you mean? Frank V, good evening, everyone. Find moving around my house and backyard with a nice long wire. I find the best reception, especially outside. Justin Love. So, okay. Kevin Michael, 8843 kHz coming back with airport comms from San Francisco. Yeah. Yeah, you're in the Pacific, so you'll hear that. You'll hear the Pacific stations, basically, for the most part. And just, you know, it's going to be there. And, okay. Let's try Priam, if anything special from Priam here. So, this week I was playing around with my, I played with quite a few receivers. I played around with my, my Codasend DX286. You know, when you haven't used a radio in a while, and when you use it again, there's something about it that feels fresh, feels like it's kind of a refreshing thing to just use it and have fun with it. Some of these radios, not all radios have that feel, but some of these radios are just like, you know, Radio Kid says XH Data radios have better audio than Texan overall, in my opinion. XH Data 219 is surprisingly good audio for ultra cheap. Yeah, I think they on purpose make, you know, these radios just sound great. And when you look at the designs of what the speaker and how it's done, it's pretty cool. Definitely, I don't, apart from the higher end Texan like the 990 or X501, the not the X501 but the 501X, which are very different. The rest of the Texan is more based on very standard, just using a speaker and not really doing that much more than using a basic speaker. So XH Data, I think, kind of plays on that also to make the radios pleasant and sound great, even when they're not very expensive. Honestly, it's true. Inexpensive radios that just sound amazing. It's crazy. So you're right on that. Mr. Stonegrove, thank you so much for your donation from Sweden for the pizza. Much appreciated. I guess I will be eating tonight. Thank God. Without you guys, I would be, not eating too many radios. Thanks so much, guys. It's much appreciated, and nice to see the support of everybody, through PayPal and through here on the Super Chat. It's really appreciated. Thank you so much. Ricky, ça va bien? J'espère que tu vas bien. Nice to have you on board. From Calgary, 14 Celsius. It's better than here. We're at, we're at 10, but the problem is it's really rainy. It's like one of those, days that you're just like, yeah. It's a rainy Saturday night. You just want to be in, listen to the radio, and just do that. Or do a live show. So Ricky's listening while preparing dinner. Cool. Matt as CW coming out of KPH 12808.5, very strong in Denver. Let's check it out. Let's check out the different frequencies actually from KPH. So if we go and do KPH, which will go through 0 UT on Saturdays. KPH 22477.5. Let's start with that one. I'm going to put myself in CW. 22477.5. There we go with the code. So VVV, which is calling all stations. DE means from KPH. And then it says that they're listening. It's QSX, listening on 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, and 22 megahertz for any operations or any communications. So this one is 22477.5 coming in kind of decently tonight. Let me put a little more So it's gonna. Okay, let's try the next frequency for KPH. By the way, for those that don't know, this is a broadcast maintained by the Maritime Historical Society in Point Reyes, California. This is to honor and maintain the history of maritime communications. KPH is on the air only on Saturdays on a schedule that is from 17 to 24 UTC, so 1700 hours UTC until midnight UTC. So 22477.5. Let's try the next one, which is 17016.8. It's there. It's not as strong as 22 megahertz, but it's there. 170816, sorry, 17016.8. Then there's let's try it out. 12808.5. Yeah, it's there, but there's also another tone. Yeah, it's there. It's very weak, but it's there. So I guess the 22 megahertz frequency was the best for me. 22, what was it? 22 477.5. That's kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Sheila Lassal from Belleville, Ontario, Canada. Welcome aboard. Scotia Radio, thank you so much for my PayPal for some pizza fund. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. What else do we have? No, it doesn't. Okay, to Rogue Tim, it doesn't matter. .net is the package it needs to download to work with. Whatever you're going to choose is going to be the same thing. .net or .net 8 or 9 have pretty much the same package inside. It's going to be okay. Choose whatever. Choose the latest one, which is .net 9 if you want. I think maybe there's a difference because maybe .net 8 is an official version and the one using .net 9 might be a beta test version. Something like that. D608WB has a great sound. You know what? I've got I was looking at it here and I was like, well, I haven't used it in a little while too. But a little friend here. Got my little friend here. I haven't used in a little while too here, and so I need to brush it off and use it. You know, one of the things that you realize, you know, I get all of these comments of people saying, well, you know what? Well, it doesn't matter if they use lithium-ion batteries or stuff, and I'm sorry, but I'm still stuck on when a radio uses good old AA batteries, I find that it's still the best because, I'm sorry, it is easier to use and find AA batteries everywhere. Yes, I know that, 18650s are easier than ever to find and stuff like that. But, somebody the other day came back on one of my videos and said, well, vape shops have them. Have you ever thought about the fact that maybe if you're not vaping or smoking, the idea for some people to go into a vape shop for batteries is kind of ridiculous and they don't want to be there? It's like people don't understand that, yeah, I mean, if I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere and there's one store, okay, one store, and I'm in the middle of the woods, and I get to this little village and there's one freaking store, you know what? I bet you they have AA's. Oh, you might pay through the roof for them, but they'll have AA batteries. I don't think I'm going to have 18650s or BL5Cs. So I think it is something to think about even now. Even though it's easier than ever, it's not as easy as it might sound. And like I said, add the bonus of, you don't smoke, you want to go to a vape shop for batteries? And make it even worse, here the vape shops in Montreal look all very, very secluded, weird, and like they have this, their windows are all like, a big vape shop ad, but you can't see inside. Yeah, I'm gonna go in that shady place to get an 18650. Come on, this is where sometimes people, think about it. I kicked the camera. Sorry. There we go. Brad Shaver, nice to have you on board, my friend. Ken Michael, that's 12808. Radio Kid Todd, I was close enough to get Norfolk, but no luck. It's buried in the external QRM. It's getting a little weaker now. RJ Dakota 17016.8 is best there. Okay, Michael 22477. Mike B 12808, strong in Beefield, Colorado. Radio Kid's got an XH Data D219 and car glove box. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's actually a very good idea to have one and the glove box compartment. That's also true because some don't have some don't have the top, that little top button that you need for the radios also. So, Scotia Radio, AA batteries are the most common type battery. Good survival gear, often take them. Yeah. Timothy Gunter says, I want to go to a vape shop. I want to. For a battery? Radio Kid, I prefer AA and AAA batteries for radios. I got lots of rechargeables and the size of the chargers that go with them. And, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to move the the light when I came back. I have to move it to make sure that the glare doesn't get on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Blogger Dive, for the comment. I know it happens. You know, I'm a newbie at this. I've never, you know, I'm all starting live shows. Actually, what I would need to do is, instead of having the light like this, I was thinking of maybe putting on the wall like as a fixed light for very, very, like, you know, just analyze all the lighting and just leave it there always at the same space. Guess just kick the camera, but don't kick the bucket. Toastin' Love, be sure to get alkaline AA's. Some cheap ones are really underpowered. Yeah. John Beckham, CW, continuous waves or Morse code? Well, it's continuous waves, which is also known as Morse code, as it's a continuous wave while it's doing its dots and dashes. Jeff King, nice to have you here from Jacksonville, Florida. Patrick Fitzpatrick, nice to have you here. Code 286 needs button top. Yep, like most radios actually. And he says that vape shops I tried only sell flat tops. There you go. So, you know, you're not necessarily going to get the right batteries anyways. You know, this is where it makes me laugh a little when I hear these guys telling me, well, you know, stop whining about you know, the stop whining about the batteries, and you know, it's like, no. You know what? We especially imagine using your radios in an emergency. What do you want? You want what's the easiest to freaking find. So in an emergency, you know your corner store has AA batteries, and that's fine. RJ Dakota says, I recently ordered 4 of these 18650 cells and a charger. I have a lot of radios that use them. I still use AA and AAA batteries if I can. Yeah. Michael, nice to have you here. Agrees on the regular batteries. Yeah. You know, Skisha Radio, there used to be great CW and other decoding apps available for Android, but recent OS updates seem to have wiped a lot of them out. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that it's like the Shortwave Schedules app. They make an app and then they don't support it anymore. And as the new versions come out, they just don't, you know, either they don't work or, you know. I could do a daily rant about, yeah, I could do actually, maybe that would be good, a daily rant of shortwave radio. This is my daily rant of shortwave radio. Maybe that would be a good idea. Definitely. Jeff K, can anyone comment on New Leg versus RTL SDRs? I would go to an RTL SDR V4 personally. New Elec use up converters, and although I haven't seen, you know, the latest New Elec stuff. Plug and I, my corner store is an emergency, doesn't have toilet paper. Radio Kid, another advantage of the batteries 70 years from now, your great grandchild will probably still be able to get them when they find your radio in the attic. Yeah. You know, it's all a question of one of the funniest, I would guess the funniest thing about batteries. So as our generations of radios come, you know, smaller and smaller, because we come from a generation of, we'd have these big radios There's a lot of space. There was space for D batteries or C batteries. And now, of course, radios are smaller and smaller and smaller, but yet you get to the Texan S2200X, which is a pretty big radio, so they've made space for D alkaline batteries, which is what I'm using. And it's funny because when you go and get D batteries, you have the impression that you're the only freaking one in the whole store that uses D batteries for something still in 2025. But they are good batteries. They last long. They're big and they last long. On the S2200X, honestly, I don't even use the 18650s. I use alkaline D batteries. I like that better, much better. They last much longer, honestly. What else do we have? Jeff King battery source in batteries plus bulbs both are great for rechargeable batteries. I have rechargeable batteries for most of my RAM. I use rechargeable batteries for the most part, but I do keep, I have rechargeable batteries, but I always have packs of these alkaline batteries. So these are, what is it? The AC Delco type batteries. Sometimes they'll be Panasonic alkalines. They're not too expensive. I never buy Energizers or Duracells because for most of the time, what happens is that there's the amount of time you get from, and actually there's been some YouTube videos on it. When you buy cheaper alkalines, but they have to be alkalines, price versus time of usage of, how much time, how much power you're going to get out of them, it's pretty much all shown that, it's not good for the environment, but you actually get more for your buck on the cheaper alkalines than buying the very expensive, Duracells or Energizers for the most part. And this is pretty much what I do all the time. And I find them decent, and it's fine. Honestly, it's fine, You just avoid the ones that are like, carbon zinc. You don't want to have that. Those are like, they're the cheapest, but darn, it's, AC Delco batteries come from Amazon. I purchased them on Amazon. This is a pack of 48, I think, that I purchased on Amazon for a very, very good price. Plus, most of the time what I've noticed is these AC Delco, Panasonic, they never leak. Never. I never have these batteries leak. I have Duracells that leaked. I've had Energizers that leaked. And I pretty much never have any leaks out of these, though. Though, the whatever battery you buy, they're, and alkaline batteries is, remember that you don't, you try not to keep them in your devices too long. You don't want to have them in a radio and leave them there for a year. You never know, because any battery can leak. Any battery can leak. And that, you got to remember that. These can swell up. And what happens also is the canister that the battery is made of is part of the battery's chemistry. So as you're using them, the canister itself of the battery, actually the walls thin because of the chemical reactions happening when you're using them. Blogger says I could do a daily rant on shortwave radio manuals. Oh, that would be. We would have a daily rant on manuals easily, absolutely. We could have I could have a daily rant on the radios themselves too. Because even though some are great, there's always that little thing that's like, an example. Why do you want me to press enter to punch in a frequency and enter again? Who the hell thought of that? There are tons of radios that are like, you just punch in the frequency and it knows what you want. Like punching in a frequency and pressing enter. Why do I have to press enter? You know what 9845 is. You know where I want to go. Why is there an enter button to press after that? There's tons of little things like that. Of course, the daily rants, if we kind of sit down, it's like, and there could be daily rants on, propagation. Why is this day was so crappy, or a daily rant on USAGM or whatever. There's a lot of daily rants. Scotia Radio, yeah. You know what? It probably isn't a bad idea. I was lucky because I have an R20 and an R30 here, and someone that is watching my channel came up one day with an email, and he made a mistake ordering batteries. And he said, "Hey, you got an R30 and an R20, right?" I said, "Yeah." Well, he had ordered batteries for his radios, but he came up with like 5 batteries for each radio or something like that. So he said, I got like 5 batteries for each radio, it's just too much. Do you want, a couple of batteries for each? I'll send you free. And I'm like, well, I can pay for them, but it's like, no. Okay, fine, if you want to send them. And I got the batteries. They're generic, they're not the original, but they work fine. And I got extra lithium-ion batteries. But honestly, Scotia Radio, for the price that ICOM asks for the R30 battery packs, you're fine with the AA converter. It doesn't cost much, and it's there, and it works. Sheila Lessard, thank you so much for the $10 pizza fund. I will not be hungry tonight, thanks to you guys. I might be fat later this week, but not hungry. Francis Moore, nice to have you on board from Birmingham, UK. Thank you for the tip, much appreciated. So, the Win 1960, nice to have you here from New York. Radio Kid, my Grundig-Ethon field radio uses D batteries. I found a flaw with the Grundig field BT. If the D bats drop to even 80%, the radio shuts off. Yeah, that is a problem with some radios, that for some reason when a certain level is achieved and it shuts off, and you're like, yeah, well, I see that a lot. And you know what? it could be an interesting subject for some radios. Battery drain. What radios? I've never done that type of test. Battery drain. Which radios have the longest battery life? I think this could be my subject for the week this week. Battery drain. How long does batteries last in each type of radio? So if we take good radios, but you want to have the longest time possible, which radio should it be? And I think that could be an interesting subject. Very interesting topic. But I've seen things like that, Radio Kid, where batteries are not necessarily drained much and devices stop working, or devices that actually can't work with rechargeables because they're 1.2 volts instead of 1.5. So when you put the rechargeables in, it's like, it doesn't start. Yet they work. It's supposed to work, JFK, I had those same batteries and they mostly all leak. I had to report to the manufacturer for replacement. Plus my flashlights, be aware. Okay, because I had the AC Delco before and mine did not leak. So, but I don't buy AC Delco. Usually I buy either Panasonic or a lot of times I've purchased Amazon Basics branded alkaline batteries, which are kind of they're kind of orange colored. I don't even know if I had any here to show, but very often it's the Amazon branded Basics that I buy for alkaline batteries. Just go back here for a second. Okay. So All Radio says, what about plugging in the wall like I'm using my Zenith like that? Well, you know what? It depends on two things. Actually, plugging your radios in a wall depends on the radio. Some radios filter out the noise and the power adapters are good. Some radios don't filter out the noise and the power adapters are crappy. And this is what makes the difference. Some radios are okay being used with a plugged in the wall. But some radios, the wall board that comes with it is noisy. Or even in your home, a great example is this place here where I live. When I turn on the light switch from one of my kitchen lighting fixtures, and which is an incandescent bulb, it doesn't make noise. Noise level goes up. Why? Because I just opened a circuit and the wiring inside this building has noise in it because of all the devices plugged in from the different apartments. And I've noticed that it seeps through. So if when I turn on the switch, that noise now goes into all the wiring and I get more noise, which also means I get more noise if I plug it into the wall. So that's where you don't plug in, because it's actually worse plugged in for reception, and you use batteries when that happens. But that's where you'll decide if you use that or batteries instead. I try to use almost all of my radios on batteries. I rarely plug them in. A few that weren't too bad. The CNG and ATS 909X2 and the power adapter that comes with it doesn't seem to pick up a lot of noise. Seems to be pretty good. The Ethon Field BT radio as a power adapter. Now, funny story on that. I plugged it in one night and I heard a little explosion inside the radio. It turns out that at the entry of the power adapter for the Eton Field BT radio, I don't know if it's because the power adapter's voltage may be too high, one of the capacitors exploded. Now, it doesn't change the performance of the radio or anything, but it's like, okay, I don't know why. Why did this happen, actually? No problem, Bobby. Sergeant Rock, great show. Thanks for State of the Newsletter utility article. Marine weather. Great picture of your iced antenna. Nice to have you here, Sergeant Rock. And Duracells are, I think, you know what, J Projects, I think Duracells are the worst. Of all the batteries I've had over time, I think Duracells are the ones that leak the most. They're crappy like crazy. Yeah, Toast and Love. A camera, digital cameras. Carbon zinc won't even power it because it doesn't have enough amps to give their camera. Doesn't work. I had a Canon digital camera, which was an amazingly good camera, but the problem is you could not put rechargeables in it. It used four batteries, AA. If you put 4 rechargeables, it wouldn't start. So you had to put 4 alkaline batteries, and I can tell you, boy, it didn't last that long. It's like I made a joke out of it because I was like, well, I don't have to pay for film anymore with a digital camera, but I probably pay as much in battery to actually have it working. Yeah, it's possible, Jeff K. It's possible. Or maybe you got a batch that was like really crappy. But, you know, whatever the brand, alkaline batteries, you have to be careful because they all of them can leak at some point. Matt says there's one exception. Cheap 9-volt batteries don't last long in smoke detectors. I checked their charge and they seem to fall under 9 full volts quickly, and that makes smoke detectors think they're dead or dying. Yeah. Here in Montreal, we have a, I don't know if you guys in the US anywhere have that. The new regulations here in Montreal is that we cannot buy smoke detectors with replaceable batteries anymore. We have to buy smoke detectors that have a internal battery that lasts 10 years. And the reason for that is because they were tired that people, you know, when you cook and there's a little smoke and the fire detector, like, you know, the smoke detector just goes off, people would remove the battery and they wouldn't put it back on. So it served no purpose. So the new regulations here in the city of Montreal, and that's what I have, is a smoke detector. So you buy it, it's good. They're promising it's good for 10 years. When you set it up with a pen, you have to put the date on it that you installed it, so you can see when 10 years has arrived. Mine is probably, I'd say 5 or 6 years now. And so this is what the fire department wants you to have, because you cannot remove the battery. But they also have a very cool new feature. They detect the type of smoke particle that is going in it. so they don't start as often. For example, I've had several times here when I burned something on the stove or whatever, it didn't even go on. And it's not because it doesn't work. There's some way of detecting. It doesn't use the radioactive substance like before. It's like a electrical ionizing cabinet where the particles go through. So it can make a difference between what is a real fire and certain types of fire, like, you burned your steak or something. It's kind of interesting. Phil Amend, where's Orange Tabby Kitty? He's somewhere. He's not coming in. I don't know why. He's kind of sleeping somewhere. I saw him when I went to the bathroom. He was there. RJ Dakota, always check older batteries through their lifetime, especially Duracell batteries are notorious for leaks and explosions. Yep. John Beckham, did you ever see a lemon battery? Yeah, you got a lemon, and yeah. I even had a version that was, so here when we had pennies in Canada, our pennies were copper, and we had 10 cents which were thin, and what they would do is we would make, and I remember making a really long one, so copper penny, a piece of wet toilet paper with salty water, a 10 cents which was made of thin, so a dime, and you'd continue like that. You'd put over that dime, you'd put another penny, another toilet paper, water, salted water, and you'd create a layer. I remember making one that was probably easily this long, and it was able to light a small 3-volt incandescent bulb. It didn't light it very strong, but it lighted just enough that you could see it. But what was funny with that is I forgot to unplug the bulb one day, and I came back. The copper pennies, the surface where there's the design of our currency, was all dissolved, and it was like just one copper plate with nothing on it. That chemical reaction over the hours and hours actually had eroded part of that copper, and it was like, wow, this is so cool. And I would bring my friends the pennies, and I would say, look, what's that? It's a penny. Well, there's nothing written on it. There's no design. Yeah. I did an experiment, and they're all kind of washed out now. So I had a lot of fun with that. So yeah, lemon battery. Absolutely. Patrick Fitzpatrick, there are D-sized plastic battery holders. Yep, that you could put double A's if you want. Yep. Blogger Eye, yes, Jill, that frequency entering nuttery is awful. XH data D808 bad, but D9 good. Yeah. And it's the same manufacturer, and you're trying to figure out why didn't you understand that this was good and this is bad, and yet you made both of these radios. Thank you, London 19657, for the pizza and cat treats. It's much appreciated. John Beckham says battery drain, cool. Yeah, I think it would be a good one. Mr. Stonegrove, also the difference between different bands. I haven't measured, but have a clear impression that shortwave uses clearly more battery than FM. Okay, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. And I could actually use my multimeter and not just talk about battery drain and the time that it lasts. Because, depending on the batteries, that is a very, tough subject. Maybe one battery is not as good as the other. But with my multimeter, I would have an actual measure of this radio uses this much of milliamps, which would be even more true to how long a battery will last. Because if you have a measure of how much milliamps or amps a radio is using, you already know that the more it uses, the less the battery is going to last. So it's a better measure, I think. So I would probably do that. I already have my idea. I will put a wire, a isolator, and another wire, and I'll put it on the scale of my multimeter where we are measuring the battery drain, and we'll see what radio drains batteries faster. Oh man, I'm already excited. I want to do this now. This is going to be fun. Showing the real drain of every single radio. And how long, which would mean, depending on the type of battery, how long you can expect it to last. This is cool. Oh, that's for sure audio volume, because the more you have audio, the more the battery drains. That's for sure. So, maybe have a, maybe that'd be good. Have also a measure of, then again, each radio has a different audio system. But, I think we can get an idea with battery drain in there. It would be kind of interesting. And, the PL990 and the H501X are radios that drain more than the average radio. That definitely. And that is due to the fact that they have an audio amplifier that is very powerful. And this is where not having D-sized batteries or stuff like that is taking into account. So that 18650s are okay. They're not miracle batteries either. But yeah, definitely. The PL365 radio kit, I can tell you that when it's off, it has a battery drain that is a killer. You are killing your batteries without doing anything. John Beckham, why didn't most of the early transistor radios use higher voltage like 9-volt square batteries instead of 3 volts like 2AA and AAA batteries in today's radios? This has all to do with the design of the radios of the day. So back in the 70s, a radio needed to have a certain amount of current. The transistors and the chips required a lot more power than today. To give you an idea, a silicon integrated 4735 that we see in our DSP radios requires very, very little power to do its job and very low voltage. It can work at 3.7 volts and use very little power. Back in the 70s or 80s, a lot of the chips and a lot of the circuits, you needed to pump power in them. So you needed to have voltage and amps. So you need to have, 9-volt batteries to power them, because it was the only way you could power something back in the day. It's really circuit design and the technology of the day. It needed more power back in the day to do the same job. We have today what is called, low power ICs for a simple reason. Lowering the amount of energy used to accomplish the same job. And that is something fairly recent. So back in the day, you needed a lot of energy to do the same job as today. These circuits were not, very good in efficiency. Dawson Low, both my radios pretty much unusable when charging. Yep. John Beckham says, is lower voltage perhaps more efficient than higher voltage? Probably so. It definitely has to do with efficiency of the electronic circuit, for sure. Ricky says, plugging in a radio can also different issues for local broadcast FM. I've had so many radios get overwhelmed with signals because of this. Yeah, RGA Dakota, the GP5, definitely. Like the Texan PL365. Absolutely. Jeff K, pizza is fattening. This is for catnip. Okay, Jeff K, catnip. I'm going to fatten Paul rather than fatten myself. Francis Moore, I got some of the rechargeable 9-volt lithium ion batteries that I'd use for my various mag loops and get a better experience as they last longer. For size versus amount of power, lithium ion batteries have packed more punch. And that's why in a small radio today, you want to use the lithium ion because they don't have enough size for batteries, so they're going to use lithium ion, which gives you the most punch for the pack for the size that you have. Jean Arrache, Canadian Tire. That's where I bought mine, Canadian Tires. So you just, the way it works is when you take it out of the package and once you've installed the base and you put the detector in and just slide it, there's like a switch that turns it on. And that base, you cannot remove the smoke detector. If you do, you'll have to buy a new one because it breaks the circuit. It's made to be there and stay there. They have several things. There's like I told you, it doesn't detect all the type of smokes that shouldn't be. And it, of course, has that button that if it goes off for some reason, you press the button for like 5 seconds and it gives you a 20-minute break where it's not going to do anything until it switches back on. But Canadian Tire. It says on the package, actually, when you go to the Canadian Tire or whenever you're going to buy them, it says 10-year life. It says 10 years battery life. They have the battery inside and everything. You put the base, you put it in, switch it on, you leave it alone for 10 years. You don't have to do anything. Take care, luck or die. Stay safe. Brian Penny says, I remember back in the 70s using series connected ever-ready 1.5 volt dry cell batteries to ignite the engines on my model rockets. Yeah, they had a battery pack. Actually, I remember mine. It was a little, box, and I think there was two or four double A's, and when you'd press that engine, actually it was like a little filament. When you'd put that little filament in, it was like a bulb without a cover. So that little filament would just, light on and ignite the engine. Oh man, I did that so many times in the 80s. And yeah. There was I'm part of a electronics blog where people talk about all sorts of things. And there's a guy this week that put, if you use 9-volt batteries, you can actually plug them in a way that you can plug them in series for, as many as you want. And the guy was like using his multimeter, and he had 150 volts of 9-volt batteries in series. And I posted as a comment, when I was 14, I had a box of 9-volt batteries. And I put them I put 12 in series, plugged in. And with a lamp, I had a lamp with a 120 volt 40 watt light bulb, incandescent bulb, and I took 2 alligator clips and plugged in, and it lit up almost as bright as plugging it in the wall socket, although it didn't last long because 9-volt batteries don't have a lot of power. And it was like, wow, this is cool. This bulb is lighting up just with 12 9-volt batteries. So Scotia Radio, I'd get one of those new smoke detectors, but then my wife wouldn't know where supper was done. Philomène, alors j'espère que tu viendras faire un tour au Québec. C'est un plaisir de t'avoir parmi nous. Nice to have you here from New Jersey. KA2OZU. And he's got a Sony ICF 2010. Pretty cool. His father, 96 years old, born in Montreal in 1929. Wow. So cool. KW61, when copper prices were low in Arizona, State Senator wanted to have a state-produced copper plates until electrolysis effect between the plates and the bumper of the car. Oh yeah, I can imagine that. Oh yeah, cameras are tough. I don't know, we have our phones today for that. But I was really wondering, if I wonder if today's digital cameras are better at battery life than the Canon that I had what was it, 15 years ago? That definitely is a good one too, to test power consumption on the different bands also, because there could be a difference. Absolutely, that'd be cool. Yeah, 57 Steve DX. It definitely is. It's really, really bad. The Conicon GP5 or DXing PL365 are horrible on that. LVR still works. Jill, you should do a video about the use of portables indoors. Start off with reception in your apartment and then the difference in the park. I did a few that are old, many years old, but new ones would be good. I'm sure. I think maybe this time I should do more. I should do some of those, because I did an ETM scan. You know, I went really quickly because the park here is like not even 10 minutes from here. So what I would do is an ETM scan inside my apartment, number of stations, head on to the park quickly, do the same ETM scan and see that, oh, look at that, a lot more stations. But yeah, more of those would. When the weather is going to be kind of beautiful, these are videos are going to be kind of a lot of fun. John Beckham, I had a cool grandmother because she bought me my first copy of Electronics Illustrated. Man, these were so cool when I was young. I remember going on all these magazines and just being overwhelmed and amazed at how it's just so cool, you know, reading them. And I would read them over and over and over and over again. Isabel Williams, nice to have you here from Northwest England. Yeah, there's a battery. I think there's a Battery Plus. I've never been there, but they had ads on TV here in Montreal saying, you know, if we got every battery. Is it true? Do they have every kind of battery? Matt says they got pretty much every kind of battery. So, Francis Moore, I've not tried air fried kale yet, but yeah, I should try that. Mr. Stonegrove, you can also light a conventional light and microwave. Yeah, I saw the. There's a YouTube channel that I have no idea if it still exists. It was called "Can You Microwave This?" They microwaved every so many things. It was just darn dangerous sometimes. And I remember they put a bulb in, and I saw the bulb light. It was just like, oh wow, okay. I will not try that in my microwave. You guys are going to laugh at me. I'm actually scared of a microwave. Since one event, I wanted to do, and I had no idea, I wanted to do for a Asian food recipe that I was doing, a peanut sauce. But my peanut butter was in the fridge and it was all hard, very hard. So I thought, hey, I'm going to put the, there wasn't that much in it. I'm going to put the peanut butter, you know, in a microwave. Oh man, that was a fireworks display. I was scared of actually turning it off. It was just so crazy. It was really a fireworks display. Don't ever do that. I will never forget that experience in my life. Yeah, probably that CMOS sensors are more efficient. Because it was a CMOS that was taking all that power. Rick, VA3ZYW, nice to have you on board. Good evening. Unknown digital signal 9452.7, says Richard Myers. What's on? 0. So I know what it is. And we're actually going to do something about it and see what it is. Alright, probably over now. So that's on 9455, actually, Richard Myers. It's on WRMI. This is WRMI. And what that is, it's the shortwave. It's the shortwave. Let's call it the shortwave radiogram. So this is not slow scan TV. This is MFSK 32, and it is part of a show called the shortwave radiogram. So if it's ending now, if you would have added at the beginning using FLDG, you can decode the text, the pictures, everything from that transmission. I will actually share with you the schedule of the shortwave radiogram so that you can see when they transmit. So here we go. This is the shortwave radiogram. It's Kim Andrew Elliott, which is an ex-employee of the Voice of America that puts these together every week. And so there's a schedule on what stations you can hear it. You download a software called FLDG, and they tell you which modes they're going to use. They tell you what they're going to do. So there's articles, text articles. There's some pictures being sent out. It's kind of cool when you start decoding it. So check it out. Old radio's never been hungry that much for light bulbs. John Beck and tofu, lol. Stonegrove, Mr. Stonegrove says YouTube didn't exist when me and my genius friend put light bulbs in the microwave. Yeah. There's a pirate on 6935 upper sideband apparently. You can check that out. 6935. Yeah, it's there. It's not very strong here, though. It's not very strong, but it's there. 6935 upper sideband. It's getting stronger now, though. It's getting stronger. Of course, and if the Martians need to communicate, Jean Arrache, Has to be during this show. Yeah, MOSFETs. Yeah, all of that, John Bacon. Oh man, so many changes in the technology of all of that. Kenneth says Radio New Zealand is aired weekly in Tucson, Arizona, 17675 now. Wow, cool. Richard Meyer says watching the Flyers beating Montreal. You're banned. Can you check to see if VOA is still online or not? I'm not even sure they're online. I think everything's just pulled the plug. Penny C, good evening. Nice to have you here. Bulls All Records, me and a friend were talking about the microwave channel. Yeah, because there's stupid things you watch. I still remember being hooked to Does It Microwave? And there was another channel which is Does It Blend? And they were cool. They were really, really cool because they got sponsored by like the most powerful blender company in the world. So they would like put an iPhone in a blender and see, does it blend? And I was like, oh God, this is incredible what you would get. But that's, yeah. WSZ RFR1 biker, loud and clear in Sherbrooke for 6935 upper sideband. All radios has nothing on 6935. I mean, there's so much YouTube channels about all sorts of things. It's like, oh God, does it blend? Does a shortwave radio blend? No, I should write to all the shortwave radio companies and say, is your radio tough enough? And then I'd go up a ramp, send it in a swimming pool, drop it like, 3 stories high. It says it's still working, Penny C, did I miss the peanut sauce recipe? Yeah, that's the only time. Well, second time, because putting a jar which had about a quarter peanut butter in the microwave was one hell of experience, which, it was like fireworks inside a microwave. But the first real experience that scared me of microwaves, actually, my father had purchased a Sears microwave oven, and about 6 months in, for some reason, it just went berserk. So whatever you would put in, it just, had like lightning inside. It was like, what the freaking is that? So maybe that's why I've got this little phobia of microwave ovens now. Chicopee Radio 2009, nice to have you here. John Arash, like my digital camera, my father gave me that was water and shockproof. Old radios like RCA commercial for portable radios in the 50s. Miss Stonegrove, I can't help but think of the song Barrett's Privateers every time I see or hear Sherbrooke. We all have these little moments of, it's just so sad what just happened. And one of them for me is I got one of the first ever, and I don't know how much it cost back then. We're in 1982, an LCD watch. It's an LCD watch from Casio. And I remember they were really expensive back in '82. It was like brand new stuff, you know. So I put the watch on and I'm showing everybody my watch. Everybody's like, "Oh, this is so cool, an LCD watch." And I'm not used to wearing a watch. So you don't think about it. Well, I went to the swimming pool. Guess what happened? Forgot to take the watch off. It wasn't waterproof. No more watch. So I wore that watch maybe 4 hours, and it just was dead. One of those things. I remember being so sad, getting out of the pool, seeing the watch, and saying, "Oh God, I forgot to take it off." Oh man. But the funniest watch story I have is it was a Timex watch, and that one was waterproof. That one was, and it was a beautiful watch. I wore it for years. I just loved that Timex watch that I had. And I go up, we're up in a place up north called Saint Zeno. And that is where there's like, the government has these, and here in Quebec we call them the ZEC, which are zones where they're protected zones where people can have, their own little camping spot, or and their little mobile, not mobile homes, but these camping places where they're gonna just little house, this little So I go there and we're having fun and everything, and for some reason he wasn't, probably there was something with the strap or whatever. So we go there and everything, and I realize the next day that I'm there, I lost my watch. But I also realized I must have lost it in the lake. So I'm like, and so I spent a week there. So every day I would go in the lake, and water was crystal clear there. So it was like I would go and see if and I mean, the watch was a bright red watch, and it was like really, kind of easy to spot. So it was like I would go and go and go. Come back home, and it's like, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have a new watch. I lost my watch. 1 year later, I'm not joking, guys. 1 year later, I have my nephew that is spending a week there. And my nephew tells me, "Guess what I found in the lake while I was going there? Your watch. And it's still working." And I'm like, wow, my watch spent a full year in a lake, frozen winter, and it's still working. And it's like, do you want to? Yes, I want to have my freaking watch. This is an amazing watch. I should actually make a commercial for Timex. It's just amazing. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, Candace, I should put the watch into a microwave. That would have worked well. But, oh, man, that was just so funny. It was like, a year later, the watch still works. Yeah, exactly. Like they were, yeah, that was the motto of Timex back in the day. You remember, you guys remember? I don't know if in the US you had that, but the two sumo wrestlers, and they had taped a Timex watch on their belly, and they just slam into each other, and it just works. Well, that was a proof. That Timex was a proof of like, no, this is just great. It was just so funny. I was happy to see it back, but I was even more proud of like, still works, man. It spent a year under the lake. Wow. There were great ads, though. Those were great ads. It was like, yeah, you know what? We do tough stuff. You know, I don't know. Imagine 2 sumo wrestlers in between a shortwave radio today. Oh, God. I don't even want to see the result of the shortwave radios between 2 big 300-pound bellies. Oh, man. So we are at, what? We're at 2342 UTC. And I've got 2 choices here. I can end this show now, or I can go and fetch another beer and continue. What do you think is the most interesting of the 2 options here? We end, I get my pizza and that's over. I get my beer and come back. What do you guys think? What's the best option? Jean Arash, yeah, it's not the same thing, dude. But back in the day, where they were made like to make sure that, you know, you'd buy it because it was tough, you know. Atari, do you think the PL330 will work better with a real antenna than an ICOM R75 with the same length of wire in an apartment? I am not able to pull out an outside antenna. No, I don't think so. Well, so if you got an ICOM R75 and you have a hard time getting stations, it's because there's too much noise around you. So if you would get a PL330, you'll get the same amount of noise around you. It's really a question of, if you get the PL330, it's going to be a portable option where you'll be able to get away from where you live, go to a park, something like that, which will make you hear stations. This is the sad part of our hobby. When you're stuck in a noisy environment, you're just not able to do anything, and that's where a portable radio is good, honestly. Ken, my favorite Timex to watch commercial is when John Cameron Swayze lost the watch while attached to a motorboat motor. More beer, says Matt, apparently. More beer. And pizza. So more beer. So I should order my pizza now. Also, so you guys could see the pizza at the same time. Got no problem with that. Toasted Loaf, want a radio that uses 1 carbon zinc and operates a whole year underwater. What are you, a mermaid? Go get a beer and don't drop your watch on the floor. Well, I don't have a watch now. My phone is my watch today, you know. So, okay, pizza and beer. More beer is the correct answer, says Mike Hill. Huh? It's 57 Steve DX says, I have a Timex digital that keeps perfect time. It's what WWV uses to calibrate. Well, now we know that WWV, it's not an atomic clock. They calibrate on Timex watches. That is a discovery tonight. So I will go get a beer. I will call for my pizza too. Open the door downstairs to make sure you can go up. And be back in not long. So I don't know what to leave you guys with. How about I leave you guys? No music, because it's going to... so the soothing sounds of what? WWV, guys. Nothing like WWV to calm you down. Take a breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out, and we are back in a few minutes.
DHU, Canada. Coordinated Universal Time. 23 hours, 48 minutes. 23 heures, 48 minutes. Canada, UTC, 23 heures, 49 minutes. 23 hours, 49 minutes. Universal Time, 23 hours, 50 minutes. Canada, UTC, 23 hours, 51 minutes. DHU, Canada, UTC, 23 hours, 52 minutes. CHU Canada, UTC, 23 heures, 53 minutes. 23 hours, 53 minutes. CHU Canada, UTC, 23 hours, 54 minutes. 23 heures, 54 minutes. CHU Canada, UTC, 23 hours, 56 minutes.
Sorry, guys. Welcome to the Time Signal YouTube channel, where we dig the clock 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, here we go. So pizza is ordered. Everything's done. You know, John Beckham, in tennis and listening is just, you just don't know what. Sometimes you do some weird things. You do like, You know, I thought the higher up it would be, or whatever, and then you end up like, well, it's better like this. I never thought. Mike B, keep this party rolling. So cheers, everybody. Oh, definitely. Camping, outdoors, in the woods, whatever, is definitely heaven for shortwave. The top 60 from WWV. And now, for the number 1 minute in today's countdown, it's 0 hours and 1 minute. Scotia Radio says, was reading an article on how they have a new time standard using light with an accuracy of 1 second since the Big Bang. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Atari shortwave radios is like when the CDs went to digital downloads. It seems it's only a matter of time. We'll see. John Beckett, once again, I will say that Jill has a nice chair. Well, you know, your donations will eventually go probably to a new chair at some point. So, you know. So, we are back. KO61 says, I used to have a program on my old computer that would decode the binary coded. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You could actually at the 30th seconds. So now it's 0 hours. 0 hours. It's 0 hours. So, one thing that some of you might not know. So you got the time pips, and there's tons of information in there, by the way, like WWV. But when you get to the 30th, and you get this, this can be decoded with a Bell 103 300 baud modem. If you have one lying around from the 80s or 70s and the proper software, it all has time code information in it. Now, I don't know if anybody today does anything with that. I wonder, is there some CHU PC decoding software? That's an interesting question. I never thought of that. CHU time signal PC decoder. And so there it says, to decode CHU time signals, you need a shortwave radio, a Bell 103 compatible modem, and software that can interpret the FSK data streaming transmitted by CHU. And there's on ntp.org website, Radio CHU Audio Demodulator Decoder. Oh, this is interesting. But you do need, the driver can be compiled to use either an audio codec or sound card or a Bell 103 compatible modem. Oh, this is cool. So there's stuff that can be done with the software. Francis Moore, nice to see your icon. My CR8500 is alive and kicking. I have the same set in mint condition, and you taught me how to use it back in the day. Cool. I mean, it's a beautiful set. You can't say that this is not sexy. I was pointing at me. You can't say that this is not sexy. So you can't say this is not sexy. I mean, it's a beautiful radio. Oh yeah, MRI usually is pretty good. Makes Radio International, and Wolverine often has, most of the time, a lot of a pretty good signal. Lieutenant Loud Poppy Prescott, nice to have you here. And what else do we have? Yeah, HF coastal radar signals around 4 and 12 and even 13 megahertz. Definitely. I mean, one of the frequencies I can punch in here. The chirping signal. This is Kodar. This is a type of radar that looks at there's cattle all across the coast in North America, and they are looking at the ocean for wave heights, ocean current directions, all sorts of information about the ocean itself. Cruising the decades on 7490, which is WBCQ. WBCQ. So, yeah. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool on these signals. So, 0 UT, there should be a signal. Radio Romania International English on 11620. 11620.
Before your very eyes, everything in America is imploding.
Discussing Romania's involvement in regional energy projects. And Sebastian Valens of Argentina will play.
Not very strong tonight. It was much stronger last week. 11620. And with that, they have a transmitter issue on that North American East Coast transmission 11620 because it has that really bad hum. Reminds me of the days of Radio Moscow with the hum in the background. It's just like, whoa, what is that? So, you know. So here we go. It's just crazy what we have there. So Radio Romania 11620, and we have all of this here. And should we go nostalgia a little bit? Since there's not that much on the radio scene right now. Would you guys be happy to go a little bit back in time in the good old days of shortwave. We haven't done it in a little while. Could be kind of interesting to see what's happening in the good old days of shortwave. So it's all up to you. And so thank you, Sheila, Christian Watson, Bird, Nicole Phillips, Kevin Davidson, Joe Walker, for the donations tonight. Much appreciated. For pizza, which is to arrive within the next half hour or hour, I guess. So thank you so much for being amazing fans to the channel. I mean, without you guys, this wouldn't be. So thank you, and thank you. And of course, for everybody that donated through the super chat also tonight. So we can check out a few little things here. And what else do we have? Toast and Love, you know what? That is at the 8th minute of WWV, which unfortunately we're going to miss out now. It's already missed out. That is a different experiment. So at the 8th minute of WWV, the sweeps and tones and everything they do is actually a way of doing an experiment. So you can actually register if you're a radio listener and have an SDR. They actually want people with SDRs, and you monitor that, and they have a set of rules, and it helps them use WWV's propagation of its radio signal to analyze more of the ionosphere. So it's a kind of an interesting experiment that they're doing with WWV at the 8th minute. Yeah, Radio Moscow was like that, Kev Michael, absolutely. John Beckham, 11620, coming in Northeast Florida on my Seaward R108. And Kenneth wants to have a reminder of the good old days of shortwave radio. Jonathan Panlacqui, nice to have you here. Radio Prague. Okay, guys. We're going to start with that. Now we'll do a little change here. I need to change from this to this. And, okay. What you need to understand, Jonathan, is that the schedules are still fresh and a lot of the info isn't correct yet. It takes usually a couple of weeks before the schedules really are showing accurate frequencies. SWATcast, the test signals will initially consist of several seconds of Gaussian white noise, chirps varying up and down in frequency, and tones varying in amplitude, frequency, and length. So at 8 and 48 minutes, 48 minutes on WWVH in Hawaii. So let's go back in time, guys, a little bit. And who knows, maybe I'll end with the famous Moscow Nights moment. So here we go. I will go here. Okay. So I'll start with one of the most I would say one of the most peaceful interval signals. Nothing like an interval signal that's called with a pickaxe and a rifle to just continue in our broadcast. So with a pickaxe and a rifle, this was from 1988, and guess what? Of course, you guys all know that it's Radio Tirana, Albania, with a pickaxe and a rifle. Nothing more, soothing to the soul. So here it is, and you guys let me know if you hear it. Here it goes. In a few seconds, if I can find where it downloaded. Oh, here we go. Download. And here we go.
This is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana. The community broadcast in the English language.
If you guys have noticed, there's kind of this hum, which is the same hum as Radio Romania tonight, on their signal from 1988 of Radio Tirana. Look at that. I'll play it again here.
This is Radio Tirana. This is Radio Tirana. The community broadcast in the English language.
Oh man, these were the days. Imagine if Radio Moscow would have been that rough. I don't think Radio Moscow would have been very popular with us. It's like Radio Moscow was like, a little mouse in the sphere of, really rough communism of the other countries. Albania was, actually, if you had communism in your head, Albania sounds more communist than Russia itself back in the day. I don't know. The USSR seemed to be like a smooth little country suddenly. Just incredible when you look at that. Man, this is incredible. Oh, man. So, hey Simon Templar, nice to have you here. And he harmonizes with the interval signal, yeah. It's almost like it's the bass frequency of the song. So, we want to have Radio Peking. Radio Peking. When that was the good old days when, you know, it's like listening to China was tough in North America. There was no relays. You were happy to listen to China because that was, you know, the way it was. It's like, oh, this is so cool. I'm listening to China. So here we go. China National, China Radio. Okay, Radio Peking from 1980. And of course, the interval signal's name is the East is Red. So, you know, not READ, but RED. The East is red, like the color red. So this is Radio Peking from 1980 with English identification, apparently.
This is Radio Peking.
This is Radio Peking.
This is Radio Peking.
This is Radio Peking.
So that was Radio Peking, and to add to this, we have a pretty strong radio, Wolverine radio right now, on 6965, guys. Wolverine radio. Very good signal from Wolverine, 6965 kilohertz, guys. So you can tune into that if you want to have the very strong pirate. SWAT cats, this is the best site for all interval signals. It's intervalsignals.net, and here's the link to it. They have pretty much everything that was ever there. Here's the website, intervalsignals.net. There's a few that sometimes miss that I get on YouTube, but this site is extremely complete for stations. So yes, Simon Templar, absolutely. I will end with my personal interpretation of Moscow Nights as usual. So we have what else? What else did you guys ask? Okay, let's go down. So Radio Berlin. You guys want Radio Berlin, Radio Prague. Okay, so Radio Berlin, Radio Prague. We're going to go continue with that. So let's go with Prague was first. So Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia actually. So Radio Prague external service. Their interval signal is called forward is left. Forward is left, or forward left. What does that mean? Forward left. Anybody has an idea what forward left means? Radio Prague interval signal from 1985 in English.
This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia. This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia. This is Radio Prague, Czechoslovakia.
And that was Radio Prague back in the day. Now we'll go to Berlin. So Germany. You know, I realized today how I actually did not realize in my teenage years the importance of all these voices that existed back then. For me, it was like normal, and when all of this changed and the Cold War was over and everything, I realized I really never, I as a teenager, I didn't realize anything about that. It was like, yeah, it's you know, it's the way it is. So, Radio Berlin International. Well, let's play the final English broadcast in 1990 from Radio Berlin International. Although I like it when they play their national anthem. National anthem of Radio Berlin is beautiful. The East German and national anthem, it's like the Russian national anthem. I find them very beautiful. Now, there's no politics in it. It's just the beautiful melody that they've done with it, which is nice. And I remember East Germany had such a beautiful melody in its national anthem. So I wonder if I can hear the national anthem. Yeah, I think it is here, national anthem. So I'll play two things from Radio Berlin from 1975. And apparently it contains the national anthem of Radio Berlin, of the East Germans. If I can find a way to start it. Something's like, okay, first of all, I'm going to get that off of my face. And second of all, Trying to figure out what I'm freaking doing. Okay, now go to here, and here we go. So 1975. That is beautiful. That is honestly beautiful. Now that is more patriotic Russian. How's it go, comrades? But this is beautiful.
You have been listening to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic. Our English transmissions to Southeast Asia go out daily from 6:45 to 7:30 hours GMT on 15.425 MHz in the 90-meter band and on 17.700 MHz in the 16-meter band. From 12 to 12:45 hours GMT on 17.700 MHz in the 16-meter band, on 11.965 MHz in the 25-meter band, and on 15.320 MHz in the 19-meter band.
This is a final broadcast in 1990.
You're tuned to Radio Berlin International, the voice of the German Democratic Republic, with a program of news, current affairs and features for listeners in Europe. We begin with the news.
First, the main points of the news. At the CSCE Foreign Ministers meeting in New York, the GDR has acknowledged the duty of Germans to help preserve peace. The GDR Parliament is meeting in Berlin today for the last time before the unification of the two German states. Britain has come out against permanent UN Security Council membership for Germany. The United States House of Representatives has called on President George Bush to concentrate.
I can tell you that the Radio Berlin team is not happy of the end.
That's the end of the news.
And that was the final news bulletin from the English section of Radio Berlin.
He's not happy.
My name is Robin Mitchell, head of the English section, and I'm here to host this final program from the German Democratic Republic for you. At midnight tonight, my country, the German Democratic Republic, will cease to exist. Earlier this year, the two leading Christian Democrats of the two Germanys said, "No one will be worse off than before once Germany is united." Well, I would like to point out two areas. One is that there are already more than 2 million people in this country who are out of a job and far worse off than before. And the second error is that there is no unification of two Germanys, but rather an annexation of the leftovers of 40 years of so-called socialism by the Big Brother. And that is exactly what has happened between Deutsche Welle of Cologne and Radio Berlin International. After much sweet talk about a fusion and merger on an equal footing, what is happening is that Radio Berlin International will disappear tonight, and that Deutsche Welle will have taken over our frequencies and our transmitters tomorrow. Out of a total staff of 250 RBI employees, a mere handful might get a new job with Deutsche Welle. Thus, like for so many in this country, Unification Day spells unemployment for many of my colleagues. The champagne of jubilation has a very bitter taste to it. But let's turn to our final program. First off, Wolfram Bielenstein will present his press review of the last GDR papers. Then, both the director of Radio Berlin International and Deutsche Welle will have the chance to put forward their positions. And we also decided to dip into our international mailbag for our final program. But before Wolfram Bielenstein takes over for his press review, Mixmaster Steve has selected some music for you.
So that's the very I'm not happy with with reunification. And, you know, they're playing music, so they had a selection of music, and one of the last songs they played was The End by The Doors. This is the end. It's like, yeah, they're not happy about it. Oh, God. But, wow. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to try to not miss anything on what you guys want to hear. What's the next? Possibly, especially back in the 70s and 80s when, you know, it was not, Tostenloff was not, digital was not a thing. So they would, you know, just record that on their main broadcasts, and that was it, you know, I would guess. What else we have? Red Cross Radio from Switzerland. Radio Australia, says John Beckham. So let's check it out. We'll go with Switzerland. I've never seen that one. Switzerland. And being in Switzerland, we got to play the one from Swiss Radio International anyways. Oh, Red Cross Broadcasting Service from 1980. And this is what we have.
This is Geneva, Red Cross Broadcasting Service. This is Geneva, Red Cross Broadcasting Service.
So that was Red Cross. And we're in Switzerland, so why not get into it and have Swiss Radio International? I mean, come on. We cannot go without Swiss Radio International.
You're tuned to Swiss Radio International in Bern. Stay tuned for our programs to Southwest Europe in English, German, French and Italian on 15.315 MHz.
Swiss Radio International. Suisse internationale. Le journal Vanda Yanka.
Swiss Radio International, one of my favorites on shortwave back in the day. Listening to that, and I was lucky in a way because I speak French and English. So in the evening in North America, if you spoke only English and understand only English, you had a lot of choices. But I had a lot more because I had, Swiss Radio International is in English at 0 UT. It's in French at 0:30 UT. And I had to mix that up. It's like, what do I want to listen? The French language of this station or the English language of that station? It was even worse for me choosing what the hell I'm going to listen to back in the day because of that. It's pretty crazy. And I guess the more languages you spoke, the more it was difficult to choose what the hell I'm going to choose. Man. So, Swiss Radio, we had that. We had Rest Cross. We talked about Radio Australia. Let's get to Radio Australia. There's a specific one on Australia we need to get. Oh, sorry guys, the pizza's arriving. 2 seconds. Wait. Right. Okay, guys. Just to show you guys. This is tonight's pizza. Some of you will be surprised at what's on it. On a bet. Just to let you guys know, this side is pineapple. Yes, it is pineapple. Hawaiian and pepperoni is the mix tonight. So I'll be back in not very long, guys. Won't take long. And I'm back again. And the Hawaiian pizza is not for me. I do not eat that. I want to have something else. So I have pepperoni. So thanks, guys, for the pizza. It's much appreciated. Without you guys, I would be starving to death. Probably be somewhere weighing, 100 pounds. Oh, man. But thanks a lot for the pizza, guys. So, which clock is that exactly? There are many similar on Amazon. Okay. I'll give you the name. I'm just gonna put my pizza in a proper position on the table here. Just make sure. Mike B says pineapple, bacon, and jalapeno. Yeah, that could be okay. What else? And so, I'm pepperoni is my choice. The rest, take care, Ricky. It was nice to have you here. So, the pineapple is not my choice. It's for my clock, if you're wondering what that is, here's what it is. If you're looking for what I got here as a clock, it's let me check out my orders, and if I go back in time, couple of weeks, if not a month. Wait. Yeah, I need to. Oh, when did I order this? March. Okay. Previous. This is the clock. So you gotta search for this thing, which is the XREXS clock. So here's the text, and here's the clock itself. Copy, paste, and here we go. This is what it is. So this is the clock that I ordered. So and this is where you will get that clock. Well, I don't want a Hawaiian pizza personally, so I'm okay with that. So it's sorry. Oh man, I'm eating your face, guys. I'm sorry. It was really good, and I'm hungry. Quentin Graydon says, any recommendations for getting better shortwave reception on the 12th floor north-facing apartment? Yeah, that is a big question, because that's where it gets complicated. As soon as you say, I'm in an apartment or a condo complex, how can I make it better? It's not obvious. If you got an MLA30 and it's not great, it's sad to say, but you might need to move you might need to go out in a park or in an area with less noise. And this is the sad state of our hobby because of all the electronic noise around us. It's getting complicated. How do I get good reception with all of that? So, it's not easy. Okay. Radio Australia next. Let's go to Radio Australia for an interval signal. Australia is a big one for us because it's, it's, I think for a lot of us, one of the most popular. I remember the first night I've heard Radio Australia on my DX100. It's probably the first week ish that I have my DX100, and I don't know what I'm doing. When we say shortwave complex, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm tuning everywhere. I'm curious, so I'm tuning everywhere at any time of day. I have no idea that 3 megahertz doesn't propagate at noon. I have no idea that 25 megahertz doesn't propagate at midnight. But there's exceptions to the rules, and there's so much thing. And back then we're in the high peak of the solar cycle in 82. So I go up and come. It's very quiet. There's nothing on the band. Then I hear this faint signal that comes in and out, and it's in English. And I'm like, wow, what is that? There's something there in English. I gotta listen in. It's summer of 82, August. Still somewhat summer propagation, high solar activity. I don't know, but I'm tuning 21740. I'm in the 13 meter band, and you know what? It's close to midnight local here, Montreal. And I listen, and at the top of the hour, it says, "This is Radio Australia." If you can imagine how a 13-year-old teenager, which knows that he's hearing stations from far away, but doesn't realize that far away is Australia. Oh man. I tell you that. That was something. So, is this one the good one? No, it's not. So that means this one must be the good one. I hope. No, it's not. Where did I get the correct one? Australia. Yeah. Vintage. I'm trying to find the correct one. I've always have a hard time finding the correct one on this for Radio Australia. The one that has the faster beat on its. I don't know if you're hearing scratching, but that's Paul the cat in his litter box right now. Which one is it that I always miss out on? What's this? It's not that. Nope. I'm trying to make sure. Something has changed here. It doesn't have all the choices. Oh, here we go. No. Radio. Radio. Yeah. 4KZ symbol beyond. Why am I not finding the real one that I want? Radio Australia. Radio Australia. Oh, darn it. I hate it when I can't find what I want. It's the one I want to actually play. So maybe here I can find it. And Radio Australia. Interval signal. What's this one? Maybe this is gonna be okay.
That client review was brutal.
Yeah, we know. That's the Kookaburra. Anything else? Yeah, I need the real one. That's an old one. I want a newer one because that's the one a lot of us really kind of rely on. This. That's a slow one. There's one that's faster, which is exactly what we wanted back in the day. That one is the one I like to hear. It's like, yeah, this is Radio Australia. Somehow, I don't know where it is. Oh, probably this one. Let's try it here. There we go. So that was, oh man, I remember the day. Okay, what else do we have here? The Netherlands. Radio Netherlands. Oh man. Radio Netherlands. Which is here. And public. How they've done more categories on the so we could do Radio Netherlands. Madagascar relay. Bonaire. Here we go. So that just sound like.
This is the Dutch World Broadcasting System in Hilversum, Holland, with a relay transmission via Bonaire in the Netherlands Antilles, directed to New Zealand on a frequency of 11,740 kilohertz and a wavelength of 25.58 meters.
So that, you know what, there was a comment about the interval signal of Radio Netherlands, and Mike WS50 says, I love Radio Netherlands, but the interval signal was a big clinch for me. You know what, I never loved Radio Netherlands interval signal, never. For me it was like too just in your face, strong and powerful, and I didn't like it. But it was one of the best stations to listen to. The programming, everything was amazing on Radio Netherlands. There's a lot of these stations like that. It was just great to listen to. I can tell you that. Don't worry, KU. I'll end the show with it. Bobswell Records. It's not hopeless. It works fine. You gotta install it properly, Bobswell Records. You're not doing it right. It works on Windows 11 too, the Zadig driver. But that's why it's kind of sad on those RTL SDRs, because it's just so complicated for not having to replace the driver. So before I continue with your personal take on what you want to hear, I do want to hear one of my own, of a station that was in English only on Sundays. You guys remember of a station in English only on Sundays?
Dette Norge. This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. This is Radio Norway International. This is Radio Norway International. Dette Norge. Etter en halvtimes program på engelsk sender vi søndagens gudstjeneste. This is Radio Norway International, broadcasting to the Far East and New Zealand on 15.225 MHz, to Australia on 17.81, and to Europe on 9.59 MHz.
I'm back. Okay. Trying to find some others. So there's South Africa has been mentioned. There's, let me see here, radio, Russian radio station, international radio, I can find it. Provincial, state, municipal, radio, okay, go back here, it won't be long, trying to find whatever, Radio Rossi, where was that one? Trying to find which republic or which Radio Rossi. The republic said Radio Rossi. Because there was one that was Radio Rossi. Russia. Mayak. Wow, somewhat tough to find. I'm just gonna. So that's not, and okay. Radio Rossi. I'm trying to find where it was. There was Radio Russia, but there was Radio Rossi. I remember Rossi. I just don't know which of its Moscow Radio. Nope. Is it St. Petersburg? I don't remember where multiple state broadcasters vintage. Okay, I'm going to check that out. Leningrad, Russia, Petersburg. Okay. And there was in vintage clips radio. Okay. So Radio Rossi. Radio Rossi. I don't find that one. Darn. Radio Rossi. If anybody has it, I don't see it. Okay. So let's go to the next one. So, of course, this was one of the popular ones of the day. And I remember listening to this station so many times. For me, that was so exotic to hear a station from Africa. And I remember the first time I got radio RSA. I was just so amazed. And then I got the QSL card from Radio RSA. When on 25790 on 11 meters, that was cool also.
This is Radio RSA, the voice of South Africa from Johannesburg.
Greenwich Mean Time, 8 a.m. South African Time. A very good morning to you from the Voice of South Africa, Radio RSA, calling West Africa on 25,790 kilohertz in the 11-meter band, 21,535 kilohertz in the 13-meter band, and 17,780 kilohertz in the 16-meter band.
And we have Radio Sweden International, one of my favorites also.
Sveriges Radio, utlandsprogrammet.
Radio Sweden International.
Ni lyssnar till Sveriges Radio utlandsprogrammet. Här kommer nu ett halvtimmesprogram på svenska.
Well, wrong C. There's nothing more real than watching me eat pizza, play interval signals that people are asking, and just have plain fun. That's the way it is here. There's nothing fake. If you want fake, this is not a place for fake. This is a place for real. So, well, yes, Radio Sweden did have a different interval signal, and here it is, if you want to hear that one, because, yes, it did have an older one, and here it is. This is the older one, so somewhere in the beginning of the 80s, they switched to the new one that I just played, which is the one I always heard, but before, they had this. No, not this. This is not what I wanted to play. This one. This one.
You've been listening to Radio.
There we go. That was the one before. John McClure. No, in Canada we don't have shortwave anymore except for utilities, like you can listen to the Canadian Marine Band. And you have CFRX in Toronto, which is the only broadcasting that comes out of Canada, which is the CFRB 1010 Toronto on 6070 kilohertz, still existing. So that was it. For people that want to have cowbells, apparently made by the staff, and that I would like to know if it was true, apparently made by the staff of the station themselves, this was apparently their interval signal of Radio Botswana, and all the animals were made and done by the staff themselves.
This is Radio Botswana broadcasting from Gaborone. Loreditse from Moasa Botswana mono Gaborone. Re ga tsama matshong a 60 le 90 meters mo shopei ga go le maphakela le mo maitsibueng. 49 le 60 meters ga go le motshagare. 971 kHz mo medium mo ifile 91 MHz mo leswan la FM go ba re tswa mo Gaborone le mo tikologong ya Gaborone ka dinako tsotlhe tsa kgaso ya rona.
So here I am with my little moment here where I will be leader of this group. You all come to my territory, and Shortwave will be king. I am the supreme leader of the Shortwave world. I am God. So
This is Radio Pyongyang of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
we're going to change the name to the People's Democratic Republic of Shortwave. And we'll have tons and tons of transmissions coming out. And your radios will be only able to tune the different shortwave stations coming out of the Democratic People's Republic of Shortwave. So are you guys okay and ready for that? And every day you'll have to do the dance. You'll have to do the Moscow Night Dance every time.
This is Radio Pyongyang of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Dear listeners, we now begin the English language service from Pyongyang, the capital of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
거슬이 대한 방송입니다.
I learned something yesterday that I didn't know. When Radio Peking, and it's an actual fact, when Radio Peking became the China Radio International, it would call themselves Radio China International, RCI. And apparently, they realized that RCI was Canada, Radio Canada International. They intentionally changed to CRI, China Radio International, so that they could make sure that they would respect Radio Canada International. So this was an actual story from somebody that worked at RCI that we talked about yesterday. And once again, for those that don't know, International Radio Report tomorrow, special 30 minutes on RCI, Radio Canada International, and the voices that we should have still on shortwave, especially now with all that's happening. So just a little a little story on that. Let's see, one or two last interval signals that could be kind of interesting. What did we hear back in the day? So, of course, there's this. And Hungary. Yeah, I was part of their shortwave club, Radio Budapest. Man, Radio Budapest.
Good evening. You are tuned to Radio Budapest, Hungary. This is Anna Gulyás welcoming you to another broadcast from Radio Budapest, Hungary.
You guys remember this? What station was this? It's not Finland. Yes, it is, RJ Dakota, Portugal.
Broadcasting from Lisbon through the International Service.
Están en sintonía con HCJB La Voz de los Andes, transmitiendo desde Quito, capital de la República del Ecuador, en la América del Sur. This is the Voice of the Andes radio station HCJB, heralding Christ Jesus blessings in 13 languages around the world from Quito, Ecuador in South America. For a copy of our international program schedule, write to HCJB, Box 691, Quito, Ecuador.
And the show people enjoyed on HCJB was what? It was...
We'll be taking over the broadcast. DX Party Line. This is a program for DXers by DXers and about the DXing hobby. We invite you to stay tuned for the next 30 minutes to the DX Party Line.
I was hooked to the radio every Saturday night.
It's Monday, time for another Monday edition of the DX Party Line. I'm Clayton Howard, your host, and my wife Helen will be along a little later in the program. And this is rather a difficult or hard, I don't know quite how to describe it, program for us because, as you may realize, some of you
I have their goodbye QSL card from the DX Party Line.
This is the last time that we'll be hosting a DX Party
here
Line.
in my collection.
It's going to be hard for us. We're going to miss being on the air twice a week for DXers and shortwave listeners. But we do appreciate all the contacts we've made, all the friends, and your contribution and your letters and help. Well, that's enough.
There's a lot of stuff like that. So the DX Party Line, of course, it's I mean, wow. It's just one of those shows. There was another show which was popular called, back in the day, Sweden Calling DXers. You guys remember that DX show? This was
Le 12 avril prochain, c'est la grande journée d'embauche dans tout.
That was the
And I thought we'd start off with something. Welcome to edition number 1575 of Sweden Calling DXers. And today's program was compiled with the help of 65 contributors. And this week we'll start off with some publications. First of all, Mickey Vasella has just published the third issue of External Services of African Stations. That's issued on a regular basis each March, May, September, and November as a free supplement for the subscribers to QTH Africa, which comes out every 10 days. External Services of African Stations is also available separately for 2 IRCs, and that's for airmail anywhere in the world. And if you're interested, you could write to QTH Africa, Post Office Box 282.
Man, all these shows and all these things we were listening to back in the day. I mean, it's just amazing when you think about it, that it's, you know, we had all of that, and we just could enjoy all of that, when today there's just a handful of whatever's out there that, you know, of interest. And man, this is these are the things. Of course, there was the 2 Bobs, Swiss Radio. So the 2 Bobs on Swiss Radio. Is there something that I can actually... So there's this 2 Bobs Swiss Radio International. So 2 Bobs. Once the ads are over, and we check it out.
Well, Armin is standing by on a direct frequency, Bob, because this would not be possible if we were on the ground. He's in Neuchâtel, about maybe 70, 75 kilometers away on the lake of Neuchâtel, at his home there. And if we didn't have this altitude, we're up at what, 2,700, 2,400 meters. That's well over 6,000 feet. We would never be able to have this communication.
So there's that with Swiss merry-go-round. Okay, that's a song. Anybody had Swiss merry-go-round? And so these are the songs on, we're trying to find the correct, well, I guess it doesn't find anything. So many things like that are just, wow. There was a musical mailbag, which was always cool, HCJB. Unfortunately, there's no recordings of these things. So here's one thing.
To Europe from Quito, Ecuador. This is the voice of the Andes, radio station HCJB. Our frequencies are on the 16 and 19 meter bands, 17,790 kilohertz and 15,295 kilohertz. The following will be for English language listeners. 1900 UTC.
For Carol. John was starving, so we had to start the program so he could eat.
It's time to eat. Let's go.
Good idea.
These are, you want to introduce us, or?
Well, I'd like to,
right
yeah.
to eating.
Yeah, well, let's introduce ourselves first.
Hungry John Beck.
Jazzy Jan Anderson.
And absent Carol Casserole. And I'm Brian Seeley. Glad you could be with us for our program. And Janet, thank you for dropping in on
Anytime, Brian.
the program. And
guess who's here?
Janet is the new host. Oh, finally.
Carol Catherine.
Finally, here she comes.
Did you bring some records, Carol? Yes, you are.
Says, music, Carol. Food, John.
Who made the list?
Oh, but she didn't check it twice.
It does not. It says Marion.
Oh, it says Marion?
Yes. And Marion was going to ask Janet to get it.
Well, now we do have a problem, don't we?
Well, I could go get some music real quick.
You could?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let Janet
Hey,
get the
I have
music.
two Ecuadorian records up in my office.
But actually, the truth of the matter was that Marion was going to ask Ruthie to do the program, and if Ruthie was going to do it, she's just going to tell her to bring the music straight away.
This program was planned by...
I'm bringing the food next week, right?
I don't know, Carol. Look at the list.
This program is unplanned, unrehearsed, and uncalled for.
Yes, it says bring the food. Actually, I was really going to call and say bring the food this time, because I have something special to bring.
Oh, good.
So you can bring it next time.
So I will bring it next time. It is really very, very special. It was sent to us by a listener.
Oh, really?
Right.
How come you got it?
Musical mailbag from HCJB.
Kiwi, and it was sent to us from a Kiwi.
They were eating all the time, and they were reading letters.
Well, keep the cardboard carton. I mean,
musical mailbag. That I liked because it was always on Saturday nights. It was before the DX party line.
Really? What is it? Kangaroo?
So what I would do is listen to the musical mailbag, then go into the DX party line. It was my Saturday night.
It was a long time ago.
Oh man,
Kangaroo burgers, right?
brings back a lot of memories.
I mean, it is just out of this world. It is really good.
So hey guys, once again I'm going to thank you for the donations, for everything, for the pizza. I mean Pizza Fund, and I'll be eating this week. I want to thank you guys for being such an amazing crowd here every week and having fun. And you know what? We'll be back next Saturday. And of course,
I was on my way here, and I was on
there's
time,
going to
but
be
I got stopped by two people in the compound on my
an
way.
ending that you guys are waiting for. And I want to just say thank you for being here. Super Chat, still open for donations. And, of course, PayPal, where you can do the Pizza Fund. And so, Pizza Fund for next week. You know, you can pay in advance. Pizza Fund, PayPal. Thanks, guys, for being here. Much appreciated. It's always fun to be here. And you guys are great. And so, what? We've been on for how long now? We've been on for something like, trying to figure out this. We've been on for 5 hours and 35 minutes. I mean, this is good. This is good. It's a good show, I guess, for you guys. So come on, guys. Remember, 5 hours, 30 minutes. You know, it's not a lot of people can do that. So thanks for everything, guys. Stay safe, and we will end the show with a special event. It happens from time to time, and this special event is thanks to, of course, Radio Moscow. So, see you soon. Love you all, and stay safe, guys. Okay?